everybody, and welcome to the third installment of the second version of Shoot Your One Shot. Woo! A series of 7 one-shots set in our homebrew world of Andake right here, right now on Transplanar RPG. Hello, welcome in, pull up a seat, sit your butts down, and listen to this incredible story we're about to weave to all of you right now. I am your game master and creative producer, Connie. My pronouns are they, he, and she. You can find me all across the internet at by Connie Chang. That's BYCONNIE-CHANG. Before I get a little bit too ahead of myself, I'm going to pass along introductions up and over to Jay.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jay. I use they, them. I'm on Twitter at NalaWoo, and today I'm playing Kaimana. I am going to pass. Oh no, I lost the page. Oh no, I'm going to pass to Eli.
Hi, my name is Eli. I use they and sorry, my God, I'm tired. He, they. I will be playing Velos Donati, and you can find me on Twitter at the Sun Name Set. And I will pass it on to Val.
Hello, everybody. My name is Valiant Love Wins Dorian. That's a promise and a threat. I use he, him, his pronouns, and tonight I have the distinct pleasure of playing your favorite hot snady, Voska, who uses she, they pronouns. You can find me around the internet at Van Doran or at Alta Spirit, but please enjoy that lovely treasure hunt I just set you on. And let me just pass introductions over to RK.
Hi, I'm RK Wild. I use they, them pronouns. You can find me everywhere at Russ Wildest. And I will be playing Tarka. And I will go ahead and pass it on to Liz.
Hey everybody, I'm Dauntless. You can call me Daunt or Liz. My pronouns are she, they. I will be playing Cade, whose pronouns are also she, they. You can find me on Twitter at Daunt_Liz. And all my other shenanigans are over there. And the moment I've been waiting for, back to you, Connie.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to take that talking stick and just talk my way through it. So, hello, friends. If you're here, you're watching Shoot Your One Shot, which is, as I mentioned, a series of 7 one-shots set in Andake with a rotating cast of guests who all use the hashtag BIMPOC-ShootYourShot at Transplanar this past year. So this event hosts over 30 players in our very own original world, and we are so glad that all of you are joining us. Our next game is going to be this coming Thursday in 2 days, October 13th at the same time, same place, 7:30 p.m. US Eastern Time, right here on Transplanar RPG. And the name of that one shot is called When Chaos Reigns, featuring Jerron Cotter pre-campaign. So if you want sad Dragon Boy antics cranked up to like a million, tune in for that. But for now, let's get into donations. So 100% of all tips raised tonight and for the entirety of this event will go toward paying and supporting all 30 plus of the incredible BIMPOC performers involved in Shoot Your One Shot. So we do have incentives. A $25 donation will grant a PC of your choice, or me as a GM, inspiration. Just mention it in your donation message or in chat if you're in chat. $50 will grant a PC of your choice and auto crit. If you're feeling particularly evil, you can give it to me as GM Connie, give me a nat 20, or you can give me a nat 1 to impose upon a player. That has happened in the past too, so I'm gonna just throw that out there at you. And yeah, so those are our donation incentives. Please do use the exclamation point donate command in chat to get that donation link and to remind yourself of incentives in chat. And without further ado, let's move on to content warnings for this particular episode to keep yourself safe. So content warnings include fantasy violence, complex and complicated relationships, romance, references to sexual entanglements, death and killing, heights and falling, battle, political conflict, and mention of guns as weapons. So use exclamation point CW for a full list of these content warnings at any time. And we're gonna go right into the session. 800 feet. In the air, bathed in cloud, swaddled in starlight, is the championship arena. 500 feet long, 350 feet wide, this arena is a massive chunk of rock, steel, glass, ripped from the earth, hoisted into the air through raw magic and polished to unyielding perfection. This platform floats in the perfect center between the 8 towers of Rasso, looming pillars that punch up and out of Clothau Island like the unbroken grasping fingers of an eightfold god. Teeming thrashing, screaming on the roofs, on the unrailed staircases coiling around the exterior of each tower, are the people of Nabal. The audience of this year's championship, the onlookers to glory, the witnesses of ascension. And clashing upon this gargantuan platform itself are the championship hopefuls. The platform is divided into 2 tiers, a thin outer ring like the rim of a wheel, and a much vaster interior filled to the brim with clashing competitors. Blades strike against blades, arrows strike armor, magic ripples through the weave, igniting flame, spinning ice like lace, conjuring orbs of darkness and radiance. These hopefuls are tall and short, thin and broad, vicious and careful, martial and magical. They come from all walks of life, all backgrounds, united briefly, wonderfully, terribly, in a single event of unadulterated bloodshed. We see a pale dwarf person wielding a fistful of magic hurtle through the air as a heavily armored, heavily scarred tiefling woman slams her maul against their chest. This mage arcs across the entire arena and flies off the edge, screaming, hurtling toward the ground 800 feet below. And in another area of the battlefield, we see a Loxodon woman lifting herself off the ground, levitating with whipping winds and sparking tongues of bright green lightning. This lightning chains off her competitors who scream, drop their weapons, wail, rattle, and burn alive in their steel armor. And in still another part of the arena, we see a Triton tiefling woman. She is a sight to behold. Gleaming, pearlescent horns slick with crimson blood, her leather armor darkened by gore. She wields a trident, pure gold and shining like a reified shaft of Galtanger's radiance herself. Her blue skin is spackled with red, the gills on the sides of her neck flaring as she cuts a brutal, vicious dance through the arena. A gnome person rushes toward her, brandishing a flaming sword, screaming, and she flashes out her arm. The trident sings through the air. It spears the swordsperson square through the chest, the throat, the head, and they crumple. Behind her, a massive human man heaves a great axe into the air, eyes flashing behind his full obsidian helm. And as the axe arcs down, Atalanta whips around, and the trident flies through the air, magically ripping itself out of the gnome person's corpse and spears the axeman through the chest with its sharpened pommel. Blood gushes in a fountain, and Atalanta rips this blunt end of the trident out of his sternum as he collapses. She spins it in one hand. Blood windmills off its golden shaft, spattering the ground around her in a crop circle of crimson death. And even though there are dozens, hundreds, perhaps even thousands of contestants in this arena, it is unmistakable. Atalanta is the favorite to win, which makes her the biggest target. And as this proud warrior readies her trident, a crowd of 5, 10, 15 opponents turn on her carefully, advancing on all sides, gripping their weapons, readying their magic. And what happens next is a fury of trident, gold, horn, pearl, blood, death, blood. And as Atalanta kicks a body off the end of her trident, her chest heaving, sweat slicking her face, we see her eyes widen briefly. She turns to the side, trident twirling, fast as a striking crate. But they are faster. In a flash of midnight blue and jagged steel, Atalanta is pinned to the ground, surrounded by the bodies she'd felled, bathed in a blood that does not belong to her, and straddling her, gripping the hilt of a star-bright dagger, is Cain. Good morning, darling, and good night. And as the blade of this tiefling travels through the air, aiming straight for Atalanta's heart, that's when the 5 of you intercede. Arriving on this scene not a second too late are Tarka, Kaimana, Valus, Cade, and Atalanta's own beloved, Voska. So why don't the five of you tell me, what do each of you look like and what weapons do you wield, starting with Tarka?
Tarka is a satyr type person. They have very large ram horns. They have darker skin, and their legs are completely furry. They have the goat legs, of course, and they have black fur all over them. But what's strange and sort of different is that their skin is covered in this tattoo, which goes even down into their fur, and it looks like their fur has been painted and dyed in certain places to sort of extend that tattoo. And if you look closely, you would realize that this isn't just a random shape or random design, despite it looking like that from a distance. Instead, it is a map of the stars painted onto their very body. And they wield a quarterstaff in one hand, sort of spinning that around very quickly. And they also have a very small shield attached to one of their horns.
I love that. Tarka, we pan away from you as you have quarterstaff in one hand, shield attached to a horn in the other, and we pan across to see Kaimana. So Kaimana, what do you look like and what weapons are you wielding?
Kaimana stands about 5'8". Their skin is a light blue that shifts colors every so often in the light, shining and glowing, almost pink, purple, teal, like an opal or some other kind of shiny moonstone. She has blue hair tucked under a loosely fitting headscarf, and their eyes are completely white. And I think in this moment, we see Kaimana sprinting at as fast as they can towards this scene, and you watch as they pull out a tiny little silver, it looks like a telescope of some kind, but they click a button and it expands out in into a staff, and they use this pole arm to, in like slow motion, are swinging it to try to get a hit with my sneak attack. And you also watch, sort of as they're running, they tap onto their chest, and I don't know how to describe this other than Iron Man. And I don't like Iron Man, but like Iron Man, armor completely encases my body as I'm in motion. This is an invention of Kaimana's, and they activate their armor as they enter the fray.
Yeah, as overlapping bits of, what is this armor made of? What material is it?
I think it is gonna invent some kind of new metallic kind of stuff that Kaimana has been sort of fine-tuning and researching in all of their inventing work, scientist work. Some kind of metal. It's definitely shiny, reflective, and I like to imagine it's not like super metal adjacent. Thank you, chat. It's not super reflective like a mirror. It's more like a brushed metal, and I like to imagine it's got little, that's a bug, little like the ocean, like a wavy pattern all over it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, overlapping scales of this brushed, gleaming, metallic alloy explode out from that point of contact, licking over each other like waves on Maku's tides. As you rush forward, pin your thumb down, and a steel pole arm explodes outward as you repel yourself through the air toward that point of facial contact between Kane and Atalanta. And on your arc downward at those two entangled bodies, we sweep across the battlefield once again to find Valos. What do you look like and what weapons are you wielding?
So Valos is about 5'9", a drow with brown brown skin, but like at certain points, so like the ears and like the fingertips and the neck, it's completely black and has kind of like an obsidian sheen to it. So there's like small hints of like white and like little bits of purple when they move in certain lights. Um, they have spiked armor that has like engravings of clouds and little bits of like vines going through all out it. And at their side, they have a halberd that has a little bit of a skull, and where the blade is, it's where the teeth connect to it. So it's like, it looks like an open mouth. Um, and they also have a shield, the shield at their side that shares a similar look as the armor. So it has like spikes all around it, little bits of clouds, the vines, and then at the very bottom where like it's like pointed, there are like clawed hands that look decayed.
Yeah.
And they're just kind of like looking over the edge, watching watching the fight going on, seeing who wins.
Okay, yeah. Valos, you sort of stand off with your halberd, your shield, your extremely goth ensemble, and accoutrement, hanging off of your spiked armor, your eyes fixed on that conflict roiling in the center of the battlefield. And we're gonna sweep across off to your side to find Cade. What do you look like, and what weapons do you wield?
I'm gonna go like super goth with Cade, but I just like to imagine, because Cade is very small, the camera just like going next to them, not finding anyone, and then having to come down. Cade is about 5'4", and Cade looks like a raven feather caught on a forest branch and left behind to drift. They are 5'4" with this almost cloud of coily, kinky hair, dark, but in places it comes through. You're unsure if it's platinum blonde or even white, but it just pokes through. Cade has two dark voids, sclera and iris, for eyes that are incredibly disturbingly reflective, that looking in them to see would be a mirror. I'm so sorry for the disrespect to short people. I'm tall. I don't know what short is. She has, growing out from this cloud of hair, raven feathers that bloom from her skin. So at the temples and back into her eyes and form almost a natural crown around her. She's wearing black leather armor over what looks to be retrofitted, like maybe religious garb into like a vibey goth outfit. She wears a necklace, a choker specifically with a gold coin, like one you would use in Passage for those who have recently passed, fastened to the base of her throat alongside a bunch of other gold and silver chains, just that look like they have no end, that she wears them all the time. Her fingertips have become stained black, and she's constantly tilting her head, perching on things, and in general, just being way too close to other people. So she's probably like shoulder to shoulder with Valos for no reason. Because of the fight that's going on, she's got in her hands a spear that the tip of it is a giant raven skull, and the beak is tipped in silver to form that sharp point. And then like the feathers come off of it. And so she's holding that and like trying to decide what to do.
Yeah, I think as we pan away from your indecision, Cade, like maybe your eyes flicking across this battlefield, taking everything in, standing uncomfortably close to Valis, we pan across to find Voska. Where in this arena do we find you? What do you look like? And what weapons do you wield?
She is right now in mid-fall. Voska did not spend a heartbeat waiting for Kane to hover and pin down Atlanta. As soon as she saw that flash of midnight blue, she leapt from her seat and is prepared, and gleaming like golden jewelry in the bright sun, we find a gold and black banded crate UNT woman. Her hair is slightly above shorter length with an undercut beneath it, but it's longer, wavier on the top. She is wearing these robes that are incredibly loose fitting and modest, long sleeves and long trousers, very, very modest cut for her. And it is layered in golds and black accents. She's bright eyed and wields no weapons. At least until her hands grip upon the top of her sleeve and rip, as she begins ripping her sleeves and the first outer layer of her clothing to form a rope, essentially, against her arm. Realizing that she has no weapon upon her, clasps around a large crystal that sits around her neck, breaks it from her neck, and attaches it to the rope as she uses it to rappel down the stadium and land with a flourish.
Okay, yeah, Voska, you were on one of the roofs of one of the pillars that like circumvent this entire arena that's floating in the middle of the sky. And we see you make this improvised rope, like arc through the air in perfect symmetry and land with a gracefulness befit a cat in the middle of this battlefield, just wind brushing off of your body as your eyes are fixed on your beloved and the terror pinning your beloved down. And I think as we swing across the rest of these gathered heroes, we're gonna pause once more on your face, Tarka, as I think when Voska lands, we see a glimmer of recognition flash in your eyes, right? Of familiarity as this Rianti woman makes an immense entrance. And as we push in on your face, Tarka, we see and we hear and we smell a busy Nabalian street. Weeks ago, Rosso, evening, early autumn, when the honey trunk trees have leaves still gold from summer. The tower of thread and frost casts a long, dark shadow over the bustling streets of the market square in Nitbuza's quarter in Rosso. The greasy, pungent, charcoal thick smell of roasting meats and vegetables chokes the air. And in this market square, we find you, Tarka, perusing these unfamiliar streets for even more unfamiliar goods. Tell me, what famous Nabalian treat have you heard of that you're looking for?
I think that Tarka is looking for something called honey drops, which are like crystallized balls of honey that like the outside melts in your mouth and then it is just pure sweetness that just dissolves. And like he's heard about it and he's like thought about it and they're like, I need to get this before I go home. I think they're probably walking through the streets being like, does anyone know where I can find some honey drops? Anyone perhaps?
Yeah, I think the general hustle and bustle of the street vendors around you basically funnel you to the most expensive local vendor that they all know, that they're like, oh yeah, we'll get this person who's not from town to like shell out a lot of gold here. And as you're deposited in front of a particular honey drop vendor who starts like laying honey on like an ice cold griddle and just like start forming the sweetness that laces around it, a different thing catches your attention. Something that sounds even sweeter than the honey drop smells. And Voska, why don't you tell me what it is?
Voska is just stood out in the middle of the Nabalian street. And I think the first thing you notice is the sweet thrill of a flute. And as you pan your gaze over to down the street, you see a vision in gold of a Yuan Ti woman skipping between all of the different audience members that have congregated in the middle of the street, causing quite the stir, pausing traffic. And you see this Yuan Ti woman dancing, spinning like a top at one point as she plays this light-hearted thrill on the flute. And I think there's a moment where she catches the eye of a vendor, winks, and continues on her performance.
I think that if this is okay, Tarka has paid for a honey drop and approaches. And if you're okay with this, Tarka accidentally gets in your path and you bump into them, and they just kind of look at you like, "Ooh, I'm real sorry about that."
I think as soon as that bump happens, there's like an expectation from perhaps yourself and the rest of the audience that a note might leave abruptly, but it doesn't. She rights herself so quickly and just kind of slides herself over to your height, so she is eye to eye to you, and she smiles and pulls the flute from her lips. She says, "No, it is my bad." And I think she casts her gaze onto the honey drops. An excellent treat.
Tarka just holds it out to you.
Voska smiles and is intrigued by you, and instead tucks her flute by her waist, looks at the rest of the audience members, and just nods very courteously, unaware somehow of her own gravity in this situation, and says, "I'll get myself one as well," and heads over to a vendor to purchase one.
Yeah, 21 gold pieces later, unfortunately. I think we find the two of you with honey drops in hand, maybe patrolling the streets of Raso, just talking. I think like a very easy, sudden, but comfortable, familiar friendship or kinship is struck up between Tarka and Voska. Even though this is the first night that you've met, it almost feels like you've known each other for months, if not years. There's just like an easy collusion of souls here, right? Like your soul wavelengths are on the same level here, right? And I think as we find the last rays of light from Galtanger leaching away from the sky and the first pinpricks of starlight beginning to blot the dark into a brighter radiance, Voska, where are you leading Tarka?
I am leading Tarka to a regular haunt of mine, perhaps a nicer pub or bar that is known for conversation rather than performance, so that she might have a break from performing that day. And specifically leads Taraka over to a seat, like a raised bar stool area at the corner of the bar where most folks would not interact with. The servers do not walk past there. Folks are not ordering by there. So they're able to have that peace and quiet as she sits down and leans forward to speak to Tarka for that evening. And I imagine that they've spoken through all of the small talk at this point, and she says, "It's been a while since I've been able to speak so freely with someone else. It is it is very nice."
Well, it's been a while since I've really been anywhere with anyone around who was so kind. Travel's been really weird and long recently, especially without the stars being there.
Do you have a destination?
Oh
Or
yeah.
is this it?
No, I have to get back to Unhani, but not getting there yet, unfortunately.
Something preventing your travel?
Yeah, have you not noticed? Tarka just like points upwards.
Forgive me, I don't quite understand.
There aren't any stars out.
And Voska, the night had been bright and starry, like a cloudless night with like millions and infinite pinpricks of starlight when you first brought Tarka into this tavern. So what they're saying doesn't exactly quite make sense.
My friend, I see the stars as soon as we entered this building.
See, that's
you
what
certain?
everyone keeps telling me, but I don't see any stars. It's just dark. But that's neither here nor there. I could just get like a map, but I've been spending all my money on like little treats and things. It's been very
21 gold
fun.
on a honey drop would do that to you, certainly.
Absolutely. Pops a honey drop, just like takes one right away.
It's like $1,000 down the drain as you crunch this honey drop. You're like, it's worth it though. It's melt in your mouth, delicious. And Voska, as you sit across the table in your booth from this new friend who seems a little, like attuned to nature in a way that you've never quite witnessed before. There's a creaking of the door, a early autumnal evening wind gusts in, and there's a chorus of people by the door that go, hey, she's here, Atalanta, hey, as everyone recognizes the person who strides in. And I think your eyes are, of course, also drawn to the door as a tall, regal, proud, muscular, blue-skinned Triton tiefling woman comes in with, she doesn't seem armed. She does seem sweaty, like she just came back from the training hall, and she's got a kind of pump going. You know what I mean? Like her sleeves are rolled up and you can sort of see the curvature of her
Stop making me gay
forearms.
for this NPC. You know I already am.
I won't stop. I'll never stop. She sidles over to the bar and gets like a pint of something and like easily strikes up conversation with like 7 or 8 people who already start crowding her. But as soon as she just sort of like nods and says something curt, they all just like disband. Like she's very popular here. And her eyes fall on you, Voska, and she smiles. She picks this pint up off of the counter, like taps a gold coin onto the wood, and sort of sidles over to you and Tarka. Voska, it's always good seeing you here. How have you been?
Atalanta, it is lovely to see you this evening. I didn't think I'd run into you.
Oh,
Forgive
me
me.
neither.
Forgive me. This is, and I think when she says "me either," Tarka, I think you notice this kind of like more reserved exterior kind of falter a little bit as you hear like a hitch in Voska's throat, as if maybe she wasn't expecting that response from Atalanta, and looks over to Tarka and says, forgive me, this is a new friend I've made earlier today. Tarka, this is Atalanta.
Tarka's just kind of like looking between the two. Question above the table. How obvious or is it that like these two are interested in each other right now?
Make an insight check, my friend. And Voska, if you'd like to try to hide it, you can roll deception or performance.
First roll the
Fucking
game.
May I impose disadvantage upon myself?
Yes, you can. Disadvantage for gay. Go for it. What'd you get, Tarka?
24.
Voska?
I rolled a 3 and a 2 for a total of 8.
Oh, yeah. Tarka, the vibes here are extremely homosexual. It's very gay. It's like Subaru Pride Parade Marathon. Like, it's just... It's so gay. Like, the tension between them, and there's something about the way that Atalanta sort of easily, leans on one leg and sort of laughs at Voska that makes Voska crack a little bit. Like, it makes her feel softer. It makes her sort of melt, like the outer rind of that honey drop.
So Tarka, very insightful, not very smart, and goes, "Oh well, it's nice to meet you, Atalanta." And looks at Voska and says, "Is this how you're gonna greet your girlfriend today?"
Atalanta chokes on her pint. Like, it sprays out, and I think it gets both of you in the splash zone. And she coughs and, like, puts the pint down. Girlfriend? Voska, who is this? Hi, Tarka, right? I don't think we've formally met. And Atalanta bluntly intercedes a hand forward.
Tarka just like very, very big smile, just like shakes the hand, like fully just
She
like
grips your palm. It's like kind of a crushing grip as she's like looking you up and down. Her face is all smiles, but there's something in the eyes that almost looks a little vicious because of what you said. She lets go of your hand, doesn't hurt you, not enough to hurt, but it is firm.
Yeah, I think at that, Voska, like, as soon as Atalanta retreats her hand, like, taps the lower forearm of, like, Atalanta and says, oh, forgive me, Tarka, we are not engaged quite necessarily in that way. And I think Voska, like, flashes a look over at Atalanta. Perhaps a look of like we have not had this conversation,
Nope.
and this is me like putting my toe into the cold water of this conversation.
Ooh, yeah. What Atalanta says next is she picks up the pint, like it gives her hand something to do as she nurses this drink and bounces her gaze between the two of you. Yeah. You know, it's funny that you bring that up, Tarka. Right? We haven't really had a talk about the. It's not. I mean. Well, Voska, obviously, I mean, we're not going to be anything until after the challenge is over, at the very least.
Yes, that has been your ambition for a while, has it not? The championship
been
challenge.
It's my destiny, Voska.
well, at least that gives you both something to look forward to. I don't know, it's just something about the way you two both just seem to melt around each other. Like these honey drops. Offers one to Atalanta.
Atalanta takes a honey drop, but she doesn't pop it in her mouth quite yet. She just rolls it around in her fingers. You got this in Nebuza's Quarter, Market Square Street, huh?
Yeah.
They upcharge by like 4 times the market price of these things.
Oh, well, I had no idea.
Suckers both, I guess. And she pops the honey drop in her mouth and sort of like turns it from cheek to cheek looking at you, and then abruptly says, so are the two of you seeing each other?
Oh no, we just met today.
No, we did just meet today. Tarka is merely a friend, a kindred spirit.
Kindred spirit. Okay. Well, Tarka, it's great to meet you here. Voska, I do have to run. I was just gonna get a quick pre-workout drink here before I hit the training hall again.
No, I understand.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow, tonight, maybe?
See you tonight.
Okay. Your place or mine?
What would the champion to be wish?
And there's a pause as Atalanta looks over at Tarka. She has lowered her voice, but not so much that Tarka still can't hear.
Tarka's
she's
just
sort of-
taking a drink. Just taking a drink. Just not doing anything else besides taking a drink.
She sort of like leans over the table, her shadow falling over the two of you as she leans her head in toward Voska. My place.
It shall be done.
Good to meet you, Tarka. Treat my
To meet
friend
you too.
well.
As soon as she's like taken a few steps away, but is still close enough to like hear Tarka probably, Tarka goes, "Oh, she likes you." Looking directly at Voska, just like, "Oh, she likes you."
I think Voska like finally lets out a breath of relief as soon as Atalanta leaves, because she's like trying so hard to keep up this like veneer, right? And you say that, and she just kind of like sputters a little bit. She says, You say that, but you think so?"
Oh, definitely. You two relax around each other like you were two missing halves of a whole.
If only that were more clearer. Tarka, I'll be honest with you, I don't remain in places this long. I'm a wandering bard. I go and I learn and take in the sights and scenes of this, everything that Andake has to offer. I'm
But you're
only
not-
here.
But you're not remaining here, are you? You're staying with her, staying for her, at least for now.
Only if that's what's actually in the cards.
I may be kind of young, but I've always been told, don't let that chance pass you by. If you've got love in your fingertips, try and get it, because it's a dark and lonely world out there.
You speak as if to have experience of great loneliness.
I've been alone for a while. This whole trip has been very lonely. I find myself missing my people, missing my family, missing a lot of things, but also very happy to be out from home. I mean, it's been over a year I've been gone ever since they threw me through that tree, you know?
Voska nods at understanding, even though she definitely does not understand what you just
Yeah.
said.
Yeah, and I think all the two of you nodding at each other, and the door slamming shut once again against a autumnal gale. We pull in on Tarka's face as you're nodding, thinking of home, thinking of all the people you've left behind. And those shadows fall over your face and pull the scene to black. And then we find ourselves in a darkened alleyway. Clouds mottle the night sky, blotting out the bright, divine shine of the infinite stars above, so only paltry light shimmers through. And Kaimana, you stand inside this alley, the busy street behind you, an echoed memory, somehow flanked by these tall, brick, moss-stained walls of Raso. The world beyond feels distant. Because before you, tucked in the shadows like an assassin's hidden dagger, is a feeless man. Even through the darkness, you can see the crimson glow of his slitted eyes. Behind him, something else glows red too. The fist-sized gem mounted at the end of his curved prosthetic tail like a heart impaled on ribs. Bloodthirst is flanked by 3 others, a Yuan-Ti man wearing a peculiar brimmed hat, and 2 identical human guards with heads full of thick, curly brown hair. While Quicksilver, Priam, and Kato stand in the light between yourself and the champion, Bloodthirst stays in the darkness of the alley beyond. And you hear his voice curling up and out of that darkness like tendrils of a wraith. Kaimana, you're from the islands. I can tell. I can tell by the smell of salt on your skin and the fire in your eyes. You're out of your depths here. You've committed an unthinkable faux pas by seizing my regent's weapon and dismantling it. No matter your reason, you have trespassed against the championship. You have trespassed against my regency. You have trespassed against me. And for that, you must answer. What do you do?
Kaimana stands their ground and their hands are folded in front of them very neatly as they look down this dark alleyway. Question, am I cornered against the back, or is it the other way where there's the exit behind me?
Other way, so the exit's behind you.
Cool. Kaimana stands their ground and just looks at them, takes a breath to compose themselves, and says, I am deeply sorry for trespassing, but I am not sorry for what I did. That gun is not yours. That technology is not yours. It is too dangerous and has not been tested. I did what I had to do to protect as many people as I can. And if you find fault in that, then sure.
Kaimana. Look around you. Do you hear the waves of Hima Sea lapping up against the shores of your island? No. Nabal is the land of risk and reward. Here it is our right to dance with danger. This isn't Uhanahi. This isn't even too long, where royal edicts take charge. No. Here, what the champion says, what the champion wants, goes. And I am champion. And I say you are in my debt for humiliating my regent. In fact, I have a figure for that debt. Money paid for pride wounded is only fair here on Clotho. Money, I think, to the tune of, 5,000 gold pieces. Then we're square. Unless, of course, you not only spit in the face of the regent, but the champion as well. Are these the manners to be expected from an Uhanian delegate?
No. Kaimana pauses for a second and looks down and away, not because they are scared, but in thought. And Z look back up with a slight smile, and Z says, "Do you want me to fix it? Because I broke it, and I don't think you have anyone who knows how those work as much as I do."
Well, fixing is the bare minimum of what you could do, given the slight you've committed against us. Quicksilver. And the Yuan Ti man steps forward and lifts the broken gun from his holster and hands it over to you, his eyes narrowing.
I will reach out and I'll take it. And Kaimana just nods and says, "If 5,000 gold will make you happy, so be it."
Happy? Who said anything about happy, Kaimana? This is what's right. You've committed a transgression, and it's on you to set things correct.
And Z just nods and just again takes another deep breath and says, "I will get you the money. I'm not scared of you. I will get you the money." And kind of just like looks side to side at like all these guards and all these other people that are here, and does a bow in a way that is almost mocking, but to like a person who would be watching, they seem sincere, but it is totally a little bit mocking. And they will say, "Well, I have a lot of work to do to earn you this money. May I go?"
Fix the gun.
Like right now, I need tools.
I thought you were bright. Fix it.
Okay. And Kaimana's just gonna sit on the floor. And I think from my like side bag, I'm gonna just pull out just random instruments and tools, and I'm going to begin fixing it, but I'm doing it in a way where like I'm not gonna fix it all the way. I'm gonna leave something that like it still works, but it's going to be vaguely annoying. Like
It'll like
something
jam.
doesn't yeah, like something doesn't like when you pull the trigger, like something weird happens. Like I'm doing something to it, so it's not perfect. Um, and I'm just gonna sit there and I'm gonna work on it for I don't know how long, but just in the alleyway.
Yeah. Yeah,
Are they
totally.
standing over me the whole time?
Yes,
Oh,
they are.
good.
They just watch the entire time. So when you're done fixing, quote unquote, fixing the gun, and you hand it back to Quicksilver, Quicksilver takes it, like checks the chambers, spins. It's like a revolver, like a 6-shooter, like spins it,
Yeah,
clicks
yeah.
it back into place, and then holsters it. And you hear Quicksilver sort of say over his shoulder, "You got that, boss?" Yeah, I saw it. Good. Do what you have to do to make that money. Set things right.
Okay. And Kaimana stands up, like does another small bow, and will turn and will leave. And as I round the corner, I start walking faster, and I'm headed back to the apartment housing. What's the situation, Voska? I'm heading back to our place.
Yeah. So Voska, yeah, why don't you tell us? I think you live, if it's okay with you, in Nebuza's quarters. Each of the 8 towers is sort of like the central community hub for 8 different neighborhoods of Rosso, each modeled after each of the 8 nations. So what does your housing situation look like, Voska?
It is an extremely it is very, very practical apartment housing esque situation. I believe you'd probably have to head up a set of ramps or stairs up towards your Voska's house, and when you enter, it is extremely cozy. There are tapestries and rugs that are thick that perhaps are not appropriate for this climate, and more appropriate for perhaps Morosy textiles and tapestries are everywhere. You enter and you smell the thick scent of herbal tea as you enter, and you hear the very light pluckings of a gutin.
So as I open the door and I shut the door, like all composure gone. Kaimana starts cussing and swearing and just sounds really distressed. Z was able to hold it in as long as possible, but now is freaking the fuck out. And I think I take my shoes off and I'm headed upstairs or to my room, which in this place, my room I think is in the back. And in contrast, I think, to the rather cozy vibe of our shared spaces, Kaimana's room is very, very clean, meticulously organized. All of my tools and equipment sorted with almost military precision. Everything has a place and nothing is out of place. There's no dust. That being said, there are lots of paintings and art on the walls, things from home or things that remind me of where I'm from. Yeah, I am just in my room, close the door, and it's kind of like screaming into pillow vibes. Like I am freaking out. And I like to imagine there's like your instrument in the background, and then like just every so often just muffled screaming.
Absolutely, and I like to think that in this scene, Voska stops playing, hears you come in, but the vision, I imagine she's sitting in the living room, and the vision of you is blocked by all of the furniture, and she looks towards her guest, Taraka, and says, Please give me a moment. I'm gonna go and check in on my roommate. I think she did not have a good day. And gently stands up, goes upstairs, and like knocks on your door.
What?
Is everything all right?
No!
Do you want to talk about it? I can send my guest away.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you had someone over.
It's all right. This is just as much your home as it is mine.
It's okay. And I'm going to like press a button. I think I've rigged my door to just like slide open.
Are we gonna get this deposit back? I guess not.
No, absolutely not. I've done all sorts of stuff to my room, being the inventor that I am. Gonna just hit a button. The door opens, and I just like spin around in like what I imagine is like a spinny stool kind of situation. Spin around and just I fucked up. Now I owe 5,000 gold to Bloodthirst of all people, and I just why did I have to do that? Fucking and I start just like sputtering and murmuring in Wuhan, my native tongue, and just like staring at you, my eyes wide, mildly panicking.
Yeah, Voska does not know that tongue, but can probably tell that you are swearing or cussing underneath your breath, as she kind of like leans against your door and takes in everything you said, and there's like only minute changes in her facial reaction as she nods and she says, "Bloodthirst. That is definitely a problem."
Yeah, you think?
I know. I've seen Bloodthirst's handiwork here.
But you have to understand that Kaimana is like struggling to remember the name. Quicksilver had a gun, had technology from Uhanahi, and it's dangerous. And I had to do something. I didn't think anyone was around, but they saw me, and the rest happened. I just.
She approaches and kind of like kneels by your side. I understand. I do not think it is your fault. Bloodthirst is cunning, but does not always think ahead. Perhaps we can find a cunning way out of this situation. I mean, and she gestures to the entirety of your room. If anyone can outwit Bloodthirst, I'm certain it would be you.
I can't wait. Kaimana leans in and whispers in your ear and tells you how exactly they fucked up the gun. And there's like a little giggle after it.
And I think you see her like giggle as well, and her laughter rises like sea foam in the ocean as she laughs. I'm kind of hoping that in whatever championship challenge it is, that Quicksilver has to fire that gun. I want to see that happen. For
Me
our
too.
benefit, anyway.
Hopefully they won't know it was me.
It'd be too late by then.
And I think as the two of you laugh, on the threshold of this door, helping each other get over the terror of being threatened by Bloodthirst, Kaimana, you despite your laughing, right? Like you're starting to be set at ease by Voska's presence, but still that voice in the back of your head is sort of like chiding you. Bloodthirst. You crossed Bloodthirst. Bloodthirst.
Exactly.
Blood. Thirst. Blood. 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 So much blood. Crimson. Sinking into the rich black soil of the silent grove. Crimson. Resplendent, marvelous rust rhyming in the back of your throat like red ice. A flash of fangs, a snarling. What is that? Whistle? And the blood, your blood, Valus, draining through that rich black soil. Your body limp on the ground, your life bleeding out of the wounds in your neck, your weapon discarded, your shield astray. That shield, Valus, bearing the emblem of the autumn vigil, the royal service you'd pledged yourself to as a young, poor person with aspirations of the imperial exam filling every dream, the autumn vigil, the slumbering palace's worthy line of defense against the ghouls, the beasts, the hungry ghosts drawn to the dream-blessed emperor's necromantic arts. You were trained to slay these ghosts, and now a ghost slays you. It hovers, stands, crouches, kneels, hovers above you. No, lies next to you. No, whispers in your ear in a voice divine and terrible, a tone macabre and gorgeous. Do you wish to sleep forever? Your bones and flesh and soul and mind given to the darkness to be raised in service of undeath? Or do you wish to live a glimmering moment more?
I wish to live. I'm like trying to, like, even though I'm like really weak, just like searching around for my weapon but I know it's not going to help.
As your hands, you try to send a jolt of adrenaline, of nervous system begging brain, begging nerve, begging tendon, joint, finger to unclench, grab. It doesn't respond. It's like your body is leaving, your soul is leaving your mind. The triptych that forms you as a person, Valus, is getting pulled apart in this moment of splendid, sparkling death. And then the Whistler says, "Good." And on that, you feel a sharp, searing, radiant pain exploding across your neck, gushing through your arteries, through your heart, pumping a dark crimson blood that is yours and isn't yours at the same time. And I think your like a sternum arches off of the forest ground, and like life, or a kind of life, gasps back into your lungs, filling your veins with it. And you hear the Whistler say, "Find the girl, the soul that was promised me, but stolen by a false idol. Give her the dark gift I now bequeath you, and you shall be spared."
And I like, am I able to like finally move and stuff?
Yes, you are with
so
that.
I almost automatically stand up, grab my shield, grab my halberd, put a hand to like my chest, and bow.
As you bow to this dark entity that killed you, that raised you, that now gifts you with dark purpose, with that, Valus, you hear that final bit of whistling. It sounds like it's so far away, and then it gets very loud, and then your eyes uncloud. A bolt of clarity strikes your mind like lightning, like scream, like a high-pitched whistle of a tea kettle left to burn. A whistle, a whistle, a whistle. Yes, that's right. Whistles had always tormented you ever since that fateful night when you rose with a hunger and unquenchable appetite for blood. Whistling, whistling, never ending, loud, splitting your ears until now. until your foot took you to Nabal. Your steps took you to Rasso. Yes, yes, the closer you came to Rasso, the less the whistles tormented you, and so the closer to your goal you know you are, and now we find you, stumbling through a frigid downpour of autumnal rain as these visions from a gutted past besiege you. You are in Nebuza's quarter, in the shadow of the tower of thread and frost, and you need help with your soul. That's what brings you to the home with the warm lights glimmering past frosted windows. That's what brings you to the front porch of Voska's apartment. What do you do?
I very gently just knock on the door and just wait outside.
Yeah, the pouring rain is freezing as it like spackles down from this heavily fogged night sky. But even though it's so cold, it doesn't leave you shivering. You've never needed warmth since that night. Voska, what do you do?
Says the most literal goddamn terrifying thing and goes, "Hey Val, what do you do?" Anyway, I think Voska hears the knocking at the door and like calls out to Kaimana like really briefly. "Were you expecting somebody? I'm not expecting Atalanta until late." It opens the door and sees that it's not Atalanta.
Yeah, and at the same time, you hear a very muffled "no" from upstairs.
Hello? May I help you?
I believe you can, yes. May I come in?
Hey, I want to suss out your vibes. What's up with this person?
Yeah.
You don't just
You're gonna
show
let
up
this
at my...
freaky motherfucker in our house?
Like, mind you, if it's dark outside, all you see is like just these two like gleaming yellow light,
Yeah,
staring
Voska's
at
gonna
you.
suss out your vibes. Absolutely
Roll
not.
insight. Valis, if you want, you can roll deception or a performance to contest it.
I rolled a 25 insight.
25. What'd you get, Valis?
Expertise, baby.
9.
So Valos, Voska handily checks your vibe. What are you giving off? What does she get from that?
There's like, if you were able to feel a dark cloud, like if you're standing outside and it's the feeling of the mist coming off of the mountain just slightly brushing up against you, that's what you feel just looking at me.
And I think with that 25, also, I'll give you some more as well, Voska. This person is a person, first of all. They're not just floating eyes. They're a person, but for some reason in the darkness, they seem to blend perfectly into it. But there is an entity standing there. They very much clearly have problems with a capital P. As you look at this person, you're a soul magician. You feel their soul thrumming, not in place, like almost every mortal soul you've ever felt, just sort of in place close to where their heart is. Their soul seems to be stretched out, almost like taffy, or rather like a liquid, almost like liquid nitrogen, just sort of flowing through their entire circulatory system. And that rings a bell for you. Roll history or religion.
What am I better at? Jeez. History by a long shot. That is a dirty 20.
I think the word that comes to mind as you feel that soul moving through their empty veins is vampire. It just comes with that 25 and that dirty 20. But there's something about the presence of this vampire? Voska, I don't know if you've ever met a vampire before. They are exceedingly rare in Andake, relegated to the backstage of folklore. A lot of people don't even think they exist, like tide wolves. They're just a mythology of what could happen to you, of what could happen to a stray child who wanders into a forest alone. It's a boogeyman situation. But here is one that feels unmistakably real on your porch. And there's something else too. Their soul, which has become their blood, which has melded in a grotesque necromantic way. Body and soul of the divine triptych have melted into each other. It's marked with something. As you focus on it, winnowing all other noise out, you hear a kind of loud whistling noise as that soul blood whisks through Valos's body. A curse.
Ooh, interesting. If I may, Connie and Valos, I think how Voska susses this out is as soon as you introduce your invitation, Voska like starts at a low whistle and then increases the pitch, sussing you out until she hits the right note. And that's when she notices the tar, the curse, the vampiric influence upon your mortal soul. And she will raise an eyebrow, look you up and down. I know what you are. Come in.
Okay, and I walk in just as polite as possible. I'm not here with any bad intentions. I genuinely want to get this fixed. Yeah,
I know.
But yes, I've heard of you, Voska, and I believe you can help me.
I think as soon as you say that, Voska like tries to go through her head why on earth and how that information came by you, dismisses it, and kind of gestures to a very, very comfortable seat by the kitchen table and sits down, back is straight, and she looks around you and she says, "And what assistance do you need just to understand your affliction or to cure it?"
To understand it, I don't believe there's a way to cure this, so I'd much rather find a way to be comfortable with it.
Understood. And she kind of picks up her flute, and before pressing it to her lips, she looks at you again. She says, "I don't think I caught your name."
Valos.
Valos. I'm Voska, as you have probably heard. You might feel a slight pressure. And Voska places the flute against her lips and starts playing a tune. And I think for a moment you might be wondering, what on earth is she doing? She's just playing a flute at you. But then you see little smoky tendrils begin to billow out from her playing and surround you and tug at the very fiber of your being.
Yeah, so Valos, tell me, what color is your soul?
It is a ash white. There are bits of black specks and maybe like touches of shiny purples, but it's mostly like a dirty white.
Yeah, this ash bone, dirty, gritty white, interlaced occasionally with other colors, but mostly just white, lifts off of every pore in Valos's body, not just off the surface of their chest, like most people with normal souls, but every pore of their body, and it joins those shadowy tendrils pulling that soul out, not from them, but just like diagnosing them, kind of seeing what the affliction is. And Valos, the sensation isn't painful, but it is deeply, deeply uncomfortable. It's like your entire body's been put under anesthesia and now you're being cut open with a scalpel and pried back to see all the innards working. And as this white ash melts with these wispy, shadowy, blackened tendrils, Voska, you begin to see the curse reveal itself. You see looming over and behind Valos, formed from this ashy white soul matter, a figure of an emissary, demonic in nature, a long, stretched out, oblong, humanoid silhouette with a wide hat on top. It doesn't seem to have eyes, doesn't seem to have a face, it's just a shadow that stretches out from behind Valos, hits the back wall, and then boom, like hits all the way up to the ceiling of your room, and like that, every single candle, every single torch in this room is extinguished. But you can still see the shadow. Even though everything's plunged into darkness, that shadow is somehow bright against the shade. And you continue to play, though. You continue to diagnose, and like your notes all begin to melt into one note. A whistle. Voska, I'm going to ask you for a third skill check here. Roll either religion or history to know more about this emissary, to see if you've maybe heard about it somewhere.
Don't fuck with me. It's called. Okay, that's not terrible. What is my history? 16.
16. I'll give it to you at a cost. So, as you see this figure extend all the way up to the ceiling. Tarka, I think you're still in here. Suddenly everything gets very dark and very cold and scary. A name jumps to the forefront of your consciousness. The Whistler. A demonic emissary of Mengshen Zhidi who, like, straight up just goes around Andake, like ravaging people's nightmares, killing mortals so that their bodies can become fertile soil for necromantic arts, so that their corpses can empower necromancy and the magic of undeath. The Whistler. And you also know that when the Whistler sort of threads the tendrils of its curse into your soul, those afflicted, Valos included, are like racked with a horribly loud whistling noise. And this whistle is louder and like it's tormentous when they're not doing what the curse wants them to do, but it gets quiet when they get closer to their objective. And the cost is this. Valos, as Voska is picking at your soul, diagnosing this, suddenly, as all the lights wipe out, even Voska is gone. Even the furniture, even the Morozan tapestries, even the starlight streaming past the rain through an open window, gone. Yes, Jay?
Just quietly in the background, you hear Kaimana just curse because I'm sure they were working on something. All the lights go out.
Yeah, there's like a muffled curse. Even Kaimana's like swear word, gone. And Valos, you're alone in a room, standing. It's just pitch black darkness all around you. And then you hear its voice. She's close. Don't fail me. And then poof, everything's back. Like the candles come back, the shadow's gone, it just retreats back into Valos' body, the warmth returns.
I think Voska does not track that just happened and like stops playing. And I assume that figure is no longer standing in the room. Everything's done. That, my friend, is quite the curse you have upon you. Did you have an interaction, an encounter with an emissary recently?
Unfortunately, I was slain on duty, and it was the only way I could think of surviving.
Quite the barter you struck. But I believe there's a task undone, yes? Because this places the flute to her lips once more and plays that whistle at exactly the right pitch. That
Yeah, and
torments you.
yeah, when that pitch is played, it does torment. I don't think pain is the right word, but it's like your goal, your obsession, the thing you must do rises to the forefront, right? And it almost like makes you kind of like, it whips you up into a frenzy, right? Like sharks smelling blood in water. That's kind of what that note does to you. How do you respond?
I like immediately just like grab the flute to make you stop playing.
She stops. And
Please don't
she
do that.
sighs. She nods. Valos, that sound will continue. Your torment will continue as part of your barter with this emissary until your task is complete, and I cannot begin to guess what that barter is. Do you?
They think for a bit, not sure if they should tell Vasca like the full truth.
Oscar gets up and goes to make tea as you are thinking. She says, something to at least quell the diagnosis you've just endured. As she goes to prep some tea.
It's simply the price I have to pay for being weak. And that's my burden to bear. I simply came to you to figure out a way to be comfortable in my condition.
Is death weakness to you?
It's failure.
I wonder what the Raven Queen would make of that. As she pours out your cup. Well, if it is comfort that you seek, I think the only comfort that you will ever feel will be at the completion of this. Whatever behest the emissary of Mungshan Zerdi has for you.
And I think on that, as the soul magician themselves tell you that the only way to quell this torment is to, well, simply do it. I think we focus on the steam rising off of the surface of that mug of tea, and that steam thickens and thickens and thickens until it turns into mist. And you're walking again through the mist. The ground is mist. The air is mist. The heavens, the earth, the hells even are mist. Everything is mist, and you are walking through everything. You're lost, and the whistle finds you. The whistle is pleasant. It is melodic. It is birdsong and knuckle whispering against scroll and feathers and starlight and everything you've ever loved. It sounds distant. So distant. You don't want it to be so distant. You want it to be closer. Closer. So close that the whistle is inside you, rattling your marrow, bleeding your heart into rust. And so you walk, Cade. And you walk. And you walk. And as you do, your body grows colder, your eyes fog, you feel lighter, fainter, less real. The whistling has stopped. It is far, it is gone, it is close, and it is here. And then you see them. The footprints. Dark and soft. Like the raven, like a feather of a raven. Radiant and shaded like an eclipsed star. The footprints cut through the mist like a lighthouse beacon. Footprints that face you. Footprints with no body. Footprints that see you, that you see, and then footprints that turn that walk. And Cade, in this dream that is a memory, in this memory that is a ghost, in this ghost that is an echo, you follow. You follow those footprints away from the mist, away from the whistling, all the way home. And before you wake, before your soul returns to your body, before the ethereal plane parts to reveal the now, the way home gives you a vision. And you see her, the Triton tiefling woman. The woman with the flaring gills and the proud, blood-stained, fearsome face. The woman with the dark green hair. The woman with the trident, with the god spear, with the blood, with the dagger plunged into her heart, and the way home whispers in your ear. This cannot pass. And Cade, you wake. Fully now. You are slumped against the threshold of a training hall in the heart of Raso, a training hall reserved only for the best warriors in all Nabal. You'd tracked the woman in your dream to this place, following the omens that your patron had showed you, that the way home had illuminated in your mind's eye. What do?
Taking in my surroundings, I'm going to stand and Cade will stand and just turn in a circle, like almost just like a puppy realizing they're not in the room that they fell asleep in. And then I will push open the heavy door to the training hall and look for the woman.
It's a massive hall. There's you just see people going at each other with knuckles, with bare fists, with spears, with swords, with halberds, with mauls, with arrows, flicking into the straw targets of dummies. And there's I think a big desk in front of this otherwise uninterrupted training hall with people behind it to check to make sure that you're of a high enough caliber to enter the training area proper.
I will approach the desk with sort of stuttering footsteps, and I will just stare at whoever the clerk is until they acknowledge me.
The clerk is a Firbolg person who looks like they do not want to be working here, but they are making do. And they're currently working an abacus. And without looking up at you, Ree says, name?
Cade.
Cade. And they Ree lifts your eyes from the abacus and looks you up and down with just a one up. There is no Cade on the list.
I got my name wrong. Atalanta?
Right, nice try.
Cade will shift a little bit and very quietly go, if you know where Atalanta is, it would make me very happy if you could just, I mean no harm, but there's something of grave importance.
Listen, if you are another spurned lover of hers, I swear, there's a mailbox out front for you to put angry letters in.
I have not shared the embrace of this woman before, nor can I comment on those who have.
That's enough. You know what? This training hall is for heroes of Raso only, and I intend to be a steward to said heroes one day, so I need you to just step off.
I'm going to, Cade will, okay, so Cade, I like the height difference theme is amazing. I'm going to lean onto this desk, knuckles crunching under my weight, and just get as close as possible until I have to be on my tiptoes to get into this person's personal space. And the reflective voids of my eyes, the Firbolg can see themselves in them, just endlessly. And then I will repeat again, I need to see Atalanta. It is of grave importance. So if you would like me to leave you alone, direct me to the future champion.
I. What's that about me being the future champion? I like this kid. And swaggering out of the training hall is Atalanta, divine with sweat. No trident in sight like you have seen in your visions, but she's got like a gym bag essentially slung over one back that looks like it's like 70 pounds heavy, but she's holding it with ease and looking down at the situation.
Kate does that thing where she turns and then looks up. I was looking for you. Do you have a moment? Like schooling herself into normal human speak.
Yeah, you know, it's fine, Gwyn. I always have a moment for fans. And she sort of heaves the bag off and sort of like plops it on the ground next to Gwyn, this fearbolt person who looks very like they wanted to, you know, like say something to you, but they can't now. And they sigh and they just tap the bag and it disappears in a pillar of light, sent off presumably to like a dry cleaners or something. And Atalanta sort of like wipes some sweat off of her brow, off of her arms, and nods at the door. Come on. Maybe I'll take a nice shower on the way home. I hear it's pouring.
Okay. I will just very awkwardly fall into step.
Yeah, and as you exit the training hall together, sure enough, it is pouring. At this point, the rain is just coming down in sheets. It's hard to see even like 4 or 5 feet in front of you. But Atalanta doesn't seem to mind. In fact, she lets out a nice content sigh and sort of shakes her head under these just pillars and pillars of falling raindrops. So, what is it that I can do you for?
The drops too. Now that I think about it, like the rain falls and none of the drops hit Cade, and it's very weird to look at. Realizing you asked me a question, Cade kind of will stop and then start again and look at Atalanta. You have a marginal chance of perishing very soon, and I would like that to not happen. I would like to save you. I've been charged to save you.
Oh. And at that, Atalanta stops in the middle of the street as you're like weaving between like the raindrops somehow stay dry. She stops and like stares at you as you're just sidestepping the rain and saying this very grim, very serious thing. Okay, 3 things. 1, everyone dies at some point. I'd rather go out swinging on that championship challenge, but I know I won't. It's my destiny to win. I can feel it. 2, who sent you? And 3, my quill isn't exactly waterproof, so if you want me to sign something, do you have a pen I can use?
Oh, I don't think you need to sign anything, and Cade will reach up and take one of the feathers that's like growing off of her temples and then pluck it. You can keep this. Okay, I'm not good at this part, so here's the best I can do. I have been charged and then like we'll drop their voice by the Raven Queen. Because she's invested in you and I'm invested in you. You have questionable habits and you are entering the championship. I would love for you to make it through.
So what, you're a court adept? Listen, everyone knows the 8 don't talk. Their emissaries do. So if you even are some charge of an emissary of the Raven Queen, maybe, let's drop the farce here. All right, what's your name?
Me? Oh, Cade.
Cade. Listen, is this the Kusing Guild? Did they put you up to this? Try to psych me out? A few weeks before the big challenge?
Though you seem very skilled and very, whatever this is, I like that you have going on. I'm really not invested in the whole championship part of it. So I wouldn't expend this energy if it wasn't serious.
So the news, Cade, that you're telling me is that I might die during the championship, which, duh. It's the championship. Who knows what bloodthirst is cooking up in that tower of risk and reward of his?
It's not that you might, it's that you will. And Kate looks as though they really didn't want to have to say it.
Atalanta cocks her head to one side. Her expression just darkens, like a shadow falling over a brightly lit field. Is that a threat?
No, I don't threaten people who are bigger than me. I try to make a habit out of it.
Well, then that's half of Andake.
Exactly. This is why I'm still here. It's a very good strategy. Listen, you are incredibly important. Please do not let it affect your ego. You are incredibly important. And you have a beautiful future in front of you with some complicated but meaningful relationships. I'm not supposed to tell you that either.
You're a fortune teller then, from the court. One of those prophet people.
Something like that.
Wait, then tell me. And Atalanta suddenly gets very serious, and she steps in as the rain continues to fall, and you continue to dodge the rain this entire time? That's hilarious. She steps in and says, you say you've seen my future, my path, lit up, bright, important. That's gonna go to my head, but I'll put that aside for now. Is someone else there in my future? I mean, do you see anyone else?
Okay. Have I seen someone else? In that, is it as if there was any question? Have I seen that concrete, or is there a way for me to see that standing in front of Atalanta?
Yeah, make a spell casting check, like a spell attack, basically.
Okay. I have to pick. I have so many d20s in front of me. Oh no. Okay. Let's see. That's a 21.
As you look at Atalanta, who's looking down at you, eyes bright and expectant, right? Just soaked through with the rain, right? Her eyes just glimmering, lit up like gems at the bottom of the ocean. You see it. A vision, like she'd asked. You see her face flashing. And then you see her and someone else's face you've never seen before, a dark-skinned Yuan-Ti person with a shock of a white-colored undercut, and Atalanta and this other person are holding each other, and they're dancing and they're laughing. And with your 21, that's all you get, but at consequence, I will let you see something even more if you will take a cost.
That's so spicy. Yes, please.
Okay, so as you push deeper, tell me, is it pain that racks your body as you're trying to push your prophetic abilities to the limit? Or is it an aspect of your magic withering and dying?
Ooh. Can I offer a third thing that's very similar?
Please do.
Okay. I like to think that Cade, part of, we see it in the raindrop thing, but Cade's always just not quite there a little bit. If you look at them the wrong way, or if they're too far out of your periphery, that they seem to just disappear. And I think even standing a few feet just before Atalanta, their form gets a little bit more, maybe not transparent, but loose. It's just, she's coming apart at the seams a little bit.
Ooh. So is there anything in particular that you're offering up with this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. Oh no. I got so confident and we'll say something with the magic. Something of my magic is no longer working.
Okay. So you're a warlock, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. As you push past this haze to see that clarified image, you see this Yuan-Ti woman and Atalanta dancing. You see almost like a shutter a slideshow of their entire life laid out before you in a series of images. You see them together. You see Atalanta crowned champion. You see this person, and a name pops in immediately, Bosca. And Atalanta just in each other's arms. They're on the shores of Bacchanalia Beach. They're dancing together in a tavern. They're swearing oaths of love to each other. And then you see Bosca leave. You see a door open and a door close. And pain and heartbreak shatter against a wall. And then you see darkness, and you feel pain, a 3-pronged gut punch in your chest, but you're not exactly sure what that is, and then you're pulled back. And as a result of pushing yourself so far, you lose access to one of your spell slots without cost. So you can still use 2, but by using the second one, you're gonna have to, give something else up, or take something else narratively.
All right, I dig it. I was about to say I have 2 of those, but I dig it. All right, that's spicy. With a gasp, I sort of fall forward a little bit and right myself and look up at Atalanta, and I think I see her as she is now, but I also see all of these different versions of her that I just encountered, flashing in front of me, and I'll reach out and take her hands if she's cool with that.
Yeah, because she sees that you're reeling spiritually, and surprisingly enough, she doesn't crack a joke or make light of it. She just takes your hands, almost like she's used to calming someone who has visions or deals with magic stuff.
Oh, okay. So with that unexpectedly centering presence of hers, and as I realize where I am and even see that I'm not as here as I used to be, I will tell her, I sort of school myself, and with a smile, not offering adjectives, with a smile, I will tell her, you're going to have a beautiful life ahead of you with someone you love very much.
And is that all you say?
That's all I say.
And a smile breaks across Atalanta's face as bright and radiant as the beams of Galtanger, and literally as if on cue, as she smiles, the rain lets up. And she laughs, and she squeezes your hands a little bit more and says, I think I'm gonna keep you around, Cade.
I would like that, actually.
I want you to meet someone. And on that, we cut to break. So thank you everyone so much for tuning in so far to Heart of a Champion, Shoot Your One Shot, episode 3. We will be back in about 10 minutes. Enjoy the break music. Use ! Donate to give us that much needed inspiration and those auto crits for the upcoming very bad, nasty championship battle that's about to happen. So we love you so much. We will be back in 10 minutes. Enjoy the break, and Bisho. everybody. Welcome back to the Heart of a Champion Part 2 to round out this special Shoot Your One Shot. Reminders before we hop back in of content warnings for this episode. They include fantasy violence, complex and complicated relationships, romance, references to sexual entanglement, death and killing, heights and falling, battle, political conflict, and mention of guns as weapons. So use !CW at any point for a full list of these content warnings in chat, and !donate to help support this incredible BIMPOC Shoot Your One Shot miniseries right here on Transplanar RPG. We've already hit our $200 donation goal. Thank you so much. Can we bring that up to $250? I'm going to set it now, $250. I think I have to set it on my end, but I'm going to do that in a second. And thank you to everyone who's donated so far. We do have a point of inspiration for our very own Eli/Valos. So with that out of the way, let's begin. It's the night of the championship challenge, and Rosso is in a frenzy. Onlookers cram the roofs and sides of the towers, jostling each other for better seats. A few unfortunate souls even fall off the stairs and ramps, wrapping around the exterior of each tower. Under Bloodthirst's reign, life in Nabal is cheap, and thrills are everything. All of Rosso is like a tank of sharks, whipped into a bloodfest by Chum, troubling the waters. The roofs are packed from railing to railing, and the floating arena is set, levitating in the center of these 8 towers, 800 feet in the air. The battlefield teems with hopefuls, gripping their weapons, sizing up the competition. The air, too, is thick with anticipation. And then, under the light of the shining stars, a holographic figure explodes into existence, ginormous above the arena. A fearless man with dark black fur, a prosthetic curved tail, and eyes that glow like cinders. And upon seeing their champion, half of Rosso cheers in raucous, screaming applause, and the other half boos, throwing rocks, throwing food, throwing filth, but the booing doesn't last. Kusing Guild enforcers smash their way through the crowd, tossing dissidents over the edges of roofs, stairs, ramps, and surveying his championship. Bloodthirst smiles, and when he speaks, his voice booms all over Rosso. Nabalians, hopefuls, witnesses, welcome to the championship challenge. I am your champion, Bloodthirst, and these are the rules of my trial. 1. The final 2 standing shall be champion and regent. Champion shall be the one who has killed more, and regent the one who has killed less. 2. You may surrender, but your opponent does not have to spare you. 3. Eliminate other contestants through death or disqualification. Contestants knocked into the outer ring or off of the platform are disqualified, regardless of if they die. Moreover, contestants who surrender, regardless of if their surrender is respected, are also disqualified. And rule number 4, kill. And on that, a huge metallic ringing noise explodes across the arena as the starting gong is smashed. And instantly, the battlefield devolves into bloodshed and chaos, and the audience starts screaming. And as this championship challenge explodes into action, where in the arena do we find each of you, and what are you doing? Let's start with Tarka.
Oh, sorry. My brain turned off for a hot second. I think Tarka, was sitting there, but, has talked with Vaska about, hey, when this starts, like, keep an eye out for Atlanta, like, help me out. You said that, like, I should get this chance, don't let me lose it. And so Tarka is like sitting there and is like very much like leaning forward to like be ready, but is also eating popcorn, just like watching. Like very much gonna get ready to fight, but let me have a snack first.
Oh my god, I love that. So Tarka, is your move to not join the challenge until you see Atalanta in dire straits?
I think that's Tarka's plan to like. I think Tarka would start moving, like based on the descriptions that we've heard, when the like 15 people show up. That's when
Sure.
Tarka's like, okay, now we gotta go.
Okay, so right now you're in the audience stands with Voska, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Make me a perception check based on what you're doing for the first part of this fight, and I will resolve it when everyone's gone.
Absolutely. I actually have good perception, so we'll see. With my bonus, that is a 26.
Whoa, a 26. Noted. Tarka, as you turn around in the stands on one of these fingers of God, right? One of these huge looming towers of Raso, we turn with you to find Voska. So Voska, where are you in this arena for the entirety of this event, and what are you doing?
I imagine that both Voska and Tarka are like right at the front. And they were probably seats that were provided by Atalanta very vaguely, and Voska wanted a friend close by. And Voska is just calm. Her back is straight and erect, and observing and kind of keeping an eye out for where Atalanta is at all times, her eyes just following her movements. But to the more trained eyes and more insightful ones, her left leg is bouncing. She's nervous.
Okay, so is your plan also to just sort of sit and observe until Atalanta's clearly in dire straits?
Yeah, I think she kept a careful listen out to all of the rules in case she did need to intervene. But as things stand so far at the beginning, Atalanta is cleaving through all of her opponents. There's no need for her to intervene.
She's doing a damn good job. So also make a perception check for me in that case.
May I give myself bardic inspiration because I have a feeling that something bad is gonna happen with my dice.
Go for it.
I have a feeling. Oh, it's a D8. Damn, being downgraded. Hold on. Okay, I'm glad I did that. Plus 8, so 16 plus, it was perception, was it?
Yes.
21.
21, that is also pretty damn good. Okay, yeah, Voska, just almost imperceptibly, we see your leg jiggling up and down as you cast an austere gaze over the blood sport. And as we follow your gaze across the arena, I think we find another figure, Valos. As this challenge explodes into blood-soaked violence, where in this arena do we find you, and what are you doing?
So I am kind of doing like a quick survey to see if I look at a certain person, if I can hear the whistling, and if I don't, I'm just kind of like walking around, just very like.
Okay. Yeah. So you're trying to find a certain person. Okay, I have a question for you, Kate, in that case. Are you specifically trying to hide? I don't know if you know you're being hunted necessarily.
You know, this sure got complicated. I don't think Cade knows that they're the target of this, but at the same time, I think they want to be as close to Atalanta as possible because they don't want to be hands-on. So they're definitely somewhere they shouldn't be, wherever that is.
Okay.
But they're not necessarily hiding in that sense.
Understood. Then in that case, Valos, I need you to just give me an attack roll. An attack of your choice. Use the best thing you've got to see how well you can cleave your way through the competition, because to get to Cade, you're going to have to cut through some people in this arena.
Okay, so you said an attack roll.
Yes, unless you're trying to just like dodge and weave your way through the arena without hurting anyone, then that'd be a
No,
different roll.
he's definitely.
I figured. I figured he'd be a little bloodthirsty. Yeah. Okay, go for it.
So I got I got a 13. What do I add to that?
So what are you attacking with?
My halberd. Oh, so that is a 19.
19. Noted. So Valos, sure enough, from the stands. Actually, did you start the championship challenge as a contestant, or did you start it in the bleachers in the stands on the roof or the stairs?
In the bleachers.
Okay, then up in the bleachers, you would have seen them. The person. The escapee. The bird that flew away. And I think your eyes, like, burning with this vampiric hunger, like, everything else falls away, turns into mist, the same color as your ashen, misshapen soul, and you see them, Cade, sticking to the side of, doesn't even matter. That's your quarry. You're the hunter. And describe to me how you like jump off the bleachers and start making your way over there, wrecking shit.
So I have spider crawl. So I'm straight up like one hand with the halberd, the other hand like just crawling up. Like you can see like my hand digging into the wall, just hacking people. Just like this is it. You're coming with me.
Like a motherfucking possessed demon, you spider crawl your way off the roof and you like launch yourself onto the platform and your halberd is just cleaving through people left and right. The guts are crunching, bones are cracking, blood is spilling. You're just cutting like a line of murder and mayhem toward Cade. Speaking of which, Cade, where are you in the arena and what are you doing?
Okay, is there like, in baseball, there's like a dugout right off the field. Is there any sort of situation like that with, sorry for mentioning sports here. I didn't read the room. But there's like, maybe, I don't know, somewhere like that where I can be as close to the actual combat as possible without actually being on the floor, because I don't think Cade would want to
like
participate.
a penalty box. Okay.
Sure.
No, there isn't like a penalty box or a dugout for substitutes or alternates, but there are seats of honor at the very front of each tower, each of the 8 towers. The very first row of seats, which is closest to the action, the splash zone, one might say, is reserved for nobles from across Andake, for like high-ranking Kusing Guild operatives, for Bloodthirst's favorites. And you see Bloodthirst himself in the seat of honor where like an emperor of a Roman Colosseum would sit, flanked by just like these gilded leaves that like his attendants are literally fanning him with. And he is on the top of the Tower of Risk and Reward, which is like the biggest central tower in the capital of Nepal. So unless you could have like tried to con your way to the front of one of these seats, or like stealth your way there if you want.
I'm about to do something silly. Can I try and stealth up there? I don't think he would like me very much.
Like next to Bloodthirst?
I mean, like, not next to him. I don't want to die. Not yet. But as, like, close as I can get to get, like, good eyes on Atalanta, but then also, like, if I need to get down there, as someone who lacks spider climb in their tool set, that's also possible.
I think that would be acrobatics.
Okay. Oh, boy. Let's see. Acrobatics. I'm not good at that. Natural 20?
Okay, what's the full roll?
And it's on my fancy. Oh, the blur is not letting. It's on my fancy metal die too. That I don't have strength or
Dex.
At all. Oh, it's Dex.
So
that's right. It's a +2. I'm not proficient.
22.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I will resolve the full ramifications of that in a second, but yeah, I think with a 22, that means you're able to maneuver yourself to a seat of honor, not by like pretending to be someone, but just by like navigating your body, right, and like acting like you belong, and then you're up there, you're like up against the railing of one of the roofs, looking down at the arena, which if you just like leaped over the railing, you could land in it. It's maybe like 30 feet down from where you are, and you see Atalanta. You have a clear view. Is that how you're spending like the entire first half of this fight?
Yeah, I'm going to not readying anything specific yet, but start to call on my magic, and I'm going to wait either until the other people that are here do something, or until I start to see that scene from my vision play out.
Okay, sounds good. So I think we feel the weave tense around you, like guitar strings being grabbed in a fist, the steel bending and creaking as you draw upon the magic that your patron has granted you, but hold it. You don't quite unleash it, you hold it like a storm bottled in glass. And as we cut away from you, Cade, we sweep across the arena to find Kaimana. Where are you and what are you doing?
I think I arrived with all of these throngs of people, and I have waited patiently in the area where bets are being placed. Because it's been, I don't know, 2 weeks. Gold is hard to come by, and I need out of this thing. So I'm at the betting tables.
Okay, I think that's on the Tower of Risk and Reward. That's where
Okay,
all
cool.
the main betting things are happening. There's a table on each tower, but the one that collects all of the main fees is there. So I think we find you there, like maybe arguing with a broker over, like a bookie, over like a table, and like the two of you are sort of going back and forth. So what words do we catch a glimpse of as you're talking to them?
I think, yeah, so as Kaimana has waited patiently to get to the front of this line, Z's been thinking about like what actually do I bet here? And I think like as the camera is sort of like montaging all of these things, very different vibes together, we catch on like in this montage, Kaimana betting that Atalanta will win this challenge. And I'm betting basically enough gold that if this were to happen, I would get my 5,000 gold pieces that I need. And I'm kind of like looking around as I'm saying this because I don't want like any of the people too close to Bloodthirst seeing me here making this bet, because this is not breaking the rules, but it's a little wink. I can't wink. But anyway, and I think as I'm sort of looking around, I spot him. The person that I've been looking for. The reason that I was in this city in the first place. The ram horns. And the beautiful star tattoos that I remember even years later. I see Tarka, one of my best friends from childhood, someone who I have not seen in a very long time. And the camera pans back to my face as I turn back to this bookie, and I smile. And Kaimana says, "And one more thing."
Yeah.
Cut away.
Okay, I'm not even gonna ask for a roll for that because I think it just works. Yeah, so the bookie raises an eyebrow as we cut away from that scene, and I'm gonna resolve all these rolls at once, starting with Tarka and Voska's perception checks. Both of you spectacularly succeed. I almost said fail. Succeed with your 26 and 21. So as you gaze around this battlefield, both of you see that Atalanta is like, it's hot girl shit. Like, she's just absolutely killing it. She's not in any hot water at all. She seems to be even having fun. Like, she's spearing one guy and then hawking him over the edge and then kicking another guy and then like hitting him in like the side of the temple with like the blunt part of her pommel. And it's like her training is paying off. Like, her sheer raw talent and her skill and her experience and like the dedication she puts into honing her body like a weapon is paying off here. But then both of you with your 26 and your 21, both of your gazes catch across the arena, on the roof of the Tower of Risk and Reward, like 600 feet away, both of you see Bloodthirst. And you see that prosthetic curved tail, almost like a scorpion's stinger, sort of droop over the side of his shoulder, and he grabs onto that heart-sized ruby gem attached to the point and talks into it. And Voska, you can't tell what he's saying with your 21, but Tarka, you can. You can read lips. Do you speak Nabalish?
I do not.
Oh, and the crowd screams and the crowd wails. But Tarka, you can read his lips perfectly, but you also know someone who can speak Nabalish sitting right next to you. If the two of you would like to try to coordinate something to see what he's saying.
Yes.
Tarka, how are you trying to, help Voska out?
I think Tarka's not very smart. So Tarka just like looks at Voska and goes, hey buddy, what does this mean? And just like mouths the same movements.
Ooh.
Like up
I
close
love that, actually.
and personal.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna ask for a roll for that. Almost like a game of telephone. Voska, you glance at Bloodthirst and then you look at Tarka and you put the two and two together. Bloodthirst is saying, operatives H through Z move in now. And as soon as that happens, the battlefield shifts. That's when the two of you see 5, 10, 15, 20. Over 20 combatants on the field. They just disengage with each other and with like other people. They just leave them and they turn, and like a swarm of ants, they begin to converge upon Atalanta at once, almost like a kill order. Simultaneously, Valos, you had seen Cade on the Tower of Risk and Reward, which is, let's say, like, was directly across the battlefield from you, and you had decided that, like, I mean, the straightest way from point A to point B is a straight line. That's the quickest way. So you're cutting through the arena to get to that tower, and that's when you also feel like, I think maybe like a halfling woman you were engaged with suddenly just ducks away from your halberd, like turns away from you and runs. And at first you're like, she's fleeing, whatever, I don't care. But then you see her and like a sea of other people just pushing past you, like a crowd moving of its own volition toward a single point where Atalanta is. And simultaneously, Cade, as the magic brims in your soul, in your hands, in the back of your throat, you see it as well. Up on that roof, you see these people descending upon Atalanta. And Kaimana, as you turn away from the bookie, away from this betting chamber, so do you.
Oh no. I could do so many things right now. I'm gonna roll percentile die between two terrible options. I'm coming and swinging. Dear Lord. Okay. I am going to cast Phantasmal Force.
Okay.
Which I will pull up so that I don't make up what the spell does. Here we go. It's an illusion spell. You craft an illusion that takes root in the mind of a creature you see within range, and the target must make an intelligence saving throw. On a failed save, you create a phantasmal object, creature, or other visible phenomenon of your choice that is no larger than a 10-foot cube and is perceivable only to the target for the duration. The spell has no effect on undead or constructs. It does include sound, temperature, and other stimuli, but they're all related to the person who sees the thing. They can investigate it with an intelligence check if they believe it to be fake. But while they're affected, they treat it as if it's real, and any illogical outcome, they gaslight themselves, essentially, into believing that it's the truth, which is why I love this spell. And it can take damage from the thing I've created. So I'm going to, oh boy. I am going to cast a Phantasmal Force on one of the attackers that's running in after Atalanta.
Okay.
And I want to create a spectral image of myself that's terrifying. same height and build and everything, but like the darkness leaks from my eyes and my form shifts even more, and I move like, like horror movies, like the ghosts like teleport in that stuttering way, exactly like that, with these long wicked claws and these broken like huge wings that feathers drip off of. The worst nightmare, an omen of death. And I would like this phantasmal force to attack that one person that it gets focused on as much as possible. But my goal is to convince that person that this messenger, this whatever it is going to kill all of them and that they should surrender. And it's like attacking this one person to prove a point from the inside of their head. It's a curse.
Okay, so you're trying to spread chaos and like break up the ranks. Okay, so
I want to see who's really loyal.
Okay, I think that's actually going to be an intimidation check on your end as you try to thread that through your magic.
Oh no! All right, let's see. You have please don't fuck with me. I'm asking you nicely. I'm asking you very nicely, D20. Here we go. That's a 15 plus what is intimidation? Charisma?
Yes.
It's a 19.
Okay.
Warlocks.
So I think something in yourself intuitively singles out this one man in the crowd. He's riding an ostrich. And he has this kind of pale, almost corpse-like skin, like this marauder of a person with this shock of bone-white hair that's just kind of like underneath a headband, and he is wielding a chakram. He's in the middle of like starting to like toss this like bladed weapon when both him and the ostrich like screech to a halt in front of nothing. And he lets out a what the fuck? That's so loud that it pierces through everyone's ears across the arena. And this guy starts freaking out. And like a copse of maybe like 5 or 7 other ostrich riding combatants that were all converging upon Atalanta all start freaking out too. They're going like, what's wrong? What's going on, boss? Hey, Jing, calm down. It's gonna be all right. There's nothing there. Ah, fuck, it's off. Deal with bloodthirst off. Fuck it. God, get out of here, Plancy. And this person, Jing, like turns the reins on his ostrich off to the side, and him and a group of like 7 other ostrich riding marauders, they just jump off the edge of the platform, and their ostriches spread their wings and start flying away. As they do, they're like flightful ostriches. They start to fly away.
Can I say, while I'm like maintaining this phantasm, Cade knows no mercy, so it will follow them. Can I say that I'm whistling that note that torments Phalos without even realizing it?
Yeah, you whisper that note as that magic takes root, and across the battlefield, Phalos, you fucking hear it. You hear the note that's tormented you your entire undeath, and it's coming from your prey. It's coming from the bird whose feathers you must break. And I think, like, as all of you turn and start to converge upon the battlefield, Cade's trick, Cade's maneuver took out maybe like a fourth of everyone who is descending upon Atalanta. It's good, it's 25%, but 75% of the people still descend upon her. And that's when we cut back to that montage in the beginning, when Atalanta's spearing people over, like hawking them over her head, stomping on them, slashing them with her trident, doing whatever, kicking the shit out of her competition. But all of you in this moment also see, unseen to Atalanta, sneaking up behind her this entire time, they've laid very, very, very low across the battlefield, even though there's something so magnetic about them, like they are a black hole of just being gorgeous. Honey Cane. Midnight blue tiefling horns that rake up and back, adorned with golden rings and piercings and eyes of pure starlit silver, and a robe cut open at the navel to reveal top surgery scars. A shimmering iridescent fabric dancing over their skin. They twirl a jagged dagger and they attack. And then we cut back to the 5 of you having converged upon that area, I think. That's when, like, Kate, I assume you, like, jump off, like, the roof to get
Full
there.
Indiana
Yes.
Jones, Tom Cruise, I'm there.
You fucking got it. Like, Tarka is there, Vaska is there, Kaimana, you see this as well, and you're like, well, my bet has to fucking pay off, so I assume you're there as well.
Yes,
and
I'm running.
Yes, all of you are booking it, and Valos too with your halberd drawn, you are there. And I believe we said that it was Kaimana who had run forward first. You're like sprinting forward as Kane has pinned Atalanta to the ground, like dagger about to spear her heart. And Vaska, you are mid-fall from the audience stands. Tarka landed before you and you're rappelling down with that rope. Kane looks up. All of you roll initiative.
Threatening my die every time because I feel it. I feel the nat 1 coming. I really do.
19.
A 19 from Valis.
15 for me.
15 from Cade. Well, Valis be Cade.
Oh
Tarka.
no.
21.
Hey, Kaimana.
I'm struggling with math. 16.
16.
17. 17.
17. Vaska.
19.
Okay. So, Valos, what is your dexterity score?
12.
Vaska, what's yours? Do you beat that?
Mine is just a +2.
Is that a 12 or higher?
That's higher.
That's higher. Okay, so
15.
Vaska would go first because both of you rolled a 19. Cool. Just let me make a note of that. Okay. So first to act is going to be Tarka.
Okay. Tarka, if I can change his intro just a little bit, when he saw
Go
this
for
stuff happening, instead of like jumping down and falling, he goes, "Oh, I think we should get involved," and just like front flips off the railing, and it
Sick
looks like
flips.
he's gonna fall, except his cloak explodes into like the night sky, and he grows wings out of his back. And begins flying across the battlefield with his magical item, which is how he gets like so close. And once he gets close enough, he looks at our good friend Kane and says, "Well, I don't think so, my good friend," and strikes a pose while flying. And suddenly there's this image of a centaur within his skin in starlight. Like the star map all lights up to create this centaur holding a bow and arrow. And I'm going to use my starry form to do a single attack as a bonus action. And then I'm going to use my action in a moment.
Fuck yeah, go for it.
Okay. That is a 16 to hit.
Okay, so that would not hit, but you can roll damage anyway if Kane gets to hit you back.
I'll take it, yeah.
Go for it.
That'll be 11 damage, 11 radiant damage if it matters.
Noted. What does it look like?
Tarka just like pulls back the arm as if they're winding up a bow and releases. And the moment they release, a golden light fires outwards, and as it travels through the air, it changes colors, going from like yellow to red to blue, and then striking into Kane.
Yeah.
Tarka then like slides to a stop very close to the two of them. I will let him get his attack back unless I can do my action right now.
Do your action anyway. So
Cool.
where does it hit Kane? Like through the chest, I assume?
I think probably aiming for the dagger. Like,
oh,
aiming
okay,
for the
that
hand.
Yeah, that bolt of light shoots through the dagger, and you see Kane's hand go back as it was in the middle of cleaving downward toward Atalanta's heart, but it pauses and it flinches. What's your action?
Action, Tarka looks and says, "Now you're gonna have to deal with the big guns," and begins to transform. And Tarka's body shifts and turns. It's like their skin and their whole body like melts and becomes this sort of starlight and begins to twist upon itself and turn and reshape itself. And what ends up happening is Tarka begins to grow larger and larger and larger until you see enormous wings of starlight still there and two tiny ram horns on top of a massive Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah. You turn into a fucking T-Rex after shooting Kane's hand with like a god arrow, and Kane, their hand flies back and the dagger flies out of their grip and it scatters across this bloodied battlefield as they look up at you as a shadow falls over not only them but like the rest of the party. And Kane just sort of goes, huh. And they cock their head to the side and they say, a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Now that's a little tacky. Don't you know? The bigger you're built, the harder you fall, darling. And you are going to take 35 points of piercing damage as that dagger that had scattered off to the side, it like skitters back up into the air as Kane jerks their other hand, almost like they're tugging on a thread of the weave, but through movement, through gesture, Voska through dance. And that dagger cartwheels through the air, and even though it's so small, it lodges directly into the base of your neck at a pressure point. And it just like pain just ricochets through your body from that piercing damage. Like Kane knew exactly where to stick that thing to make it hurt the most. Do you have anything left on your turn?
No, because my attacks are actions and I've already used my action to cast the spell.
Okay, next up is going to be Voska.
Okay, Voska does not like that, but Voska doesn't like a lot of what's happening right now. Voska, after ripping her sleeves and most of the outer layer of her robes to form a rope and then tearing off this rock, this crystal that was gifted to her by Atalanta to a point on this rope, she lands onto the battlefield and stares Kane down. And with her action, Connie, if I may, she is going to anchor the rope underneath her knee and flick the end of that sharp crystal directly into Kane's handsome face.
Okay, make an attack roll. Do you say anything as you flick that improvised rope dart?
Voska says in Abalish, clear-cut, straightforward, no frills or elegance behind it. Get the fuck away from my lover! Natural 20.
Valiant love wins Dorian!
Valiant love wins Dorian, motherfucker!
That hits! So you get a choice. You either get max damage and roll again, or roll twice and seize a narrative boon.
I will roll twice and seize a narrative boon. I will use the stats of a improvised weapon for this, because this is 100% an improvised weapon.
Go for it.
That's a d4, I believe. So that is a hefty 9 points of damage.
Hefty 9. Okay, let's say bludgeoning from the crystal. Okay. What's the narrative boon you'd like to seize?
I think by like flicking the stone right in Kane's handsome face, she like slides around, like almost wrapping that bit of cloth around Kane, and is going to just close this distance between close the distance between the two of them. And she says in Abalish once more, let's fucking dance. And if I may, I would like to use my bonus action to do Tales from Beyond.
Go for it.
So, and I think as soon as she says that, she whistles a tune. We'll see what I get. Tale of Beloved Friends. Are you fucking kidding me? The target and another creature of its choice it can see within 5 feet gains temporary hit points equal to the roll of your body inspiration die plus your charisma modifier. So I will choose myself and Atalanta, and we will gain 8. points of temporary hit points.
Noted. Thank you. Yeah, so I think this like warm weave spun glow suffuses both of your bodies as with that bonus action you like wrap your love around the two of you. And we see like Kane's handsome face crack to the side as that rope dart smashes into the side of their cheek. And then as you twirl that improvised rope around their body and then pull them up and off of Atalanta and yourself forward in this sort of like entangled tango, they crack their head back to look at you, and we see like a bruise, a beautiful purple weave kissed bruise just blooming across their like right cheekbone, like staining their midnight blue skin a darker, more iridescent color even. And they go, huh, and they toss their head to the side to sort of almost like to shake off that pain. And as we see Kane up close, this is a Kane from like 5 years ago. Their hair is straight and dark. It has not been permed yet. It is not wavy. And it cascades past their shoulders like an eventide waterfall. And as they like whip their head to the side, their bangs sort of part to reveal those like now narrowed silver eyes. And they say, oh, honey, you couldn't keep up with me.
Try me. And she like spins Kane like a top away from her.
Oh, okay. As you try to like spin Kane, you feel it's Kane's turn. Them grab onto that length of rope, and they, not through force or strength or like brutality, but through dexterity, through an understanding of the body, through a mastery of kinesis, of dance, like you, the two of you begin to dance. So not just Bosca, but I need everyone to make a con save.
It's real! It's real! Nat
Is it a nat 20? Now it's a no! Yeah!
Oh
Not
my
now.
God.
Yes! Okay.
15.
15?
Yes.
I don't know why
16.
I said as if I'm ready. 17.
16.
Wow, we count.
Sorry, what did you get, Tarka?
16.
Okay. And Kaimana?
Oh God, what did I just say?
It was like in order with mine, I think. I was at 17, if that helps. You were like, oh, we count. You got all excited.
Oh, so then I got a 16. And I thought you
Okay.
said 15, so that's why I made that joke, but that was not relevant.
And-
I said 15.
Valus, what did you get?
15.
15. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
everyone
maybe that's where I heard the 15.
So everyone but Cade fails. And Voska nat fails. So those of you who fail, you have to pick 2. If you save, you pick 1. If you nat fail, I'm sorry, Val, you don't get a choice. You have to take all 3. So these are your choices. These are the 3 options. 1, you take an incredible amount of damage. 2, what's going to happen next is going to physically move you. Or 3, you answer a really hard question. So let's start with the success. Cade. Damage, movement, or question?
Oh no. Oh no. I'll go with question.
Okay. I just want to reveal the question at the end. So let's go to the failures next of Valus, Tarka, and Kaimana. Which one are you not going to pick, let's say, and you'll take the other 2?
Oh fuck. I was gonna pick question too.
Okay, so what's the other one you want to take? Because you failed. You have to take 2 of the 3.
Fuck. What was the other one? It was a lot of damage or
Damage.
get pushed away.
Get pushed. Yeah. Question.
I'll if I get pushed, I could get knocked off. I'll take the damage.
Okay, so Valus would take damage and question. What about Tarka?
Tarka will take not the damage because I'm a flying Tyrannosaurus Rex, so I'll be fine.
Okay, so movement and question. And Kaimana?
I will be taking the question and the damage. I don't want to move.
Okay, and Cade will be taking the question. Vosk will take all 3. So the question, which all of you have to answer because none of you chose not to take it, is this is what happens. Kane twirls, steps, dances, cocks their head and shoulders back as they tango with Vasca, revealing a slender, angular neck, and then reverberating off of them is the momentum of their dance. They sort of turn and do like a twist, and all of you feel rippling through the weave, bending and snapping tendons of magic, almost like the weave itself is a body, an instrument that Kane intuitively knows how to play. And the question I ask all of you is, as this body magic seizes your own physical forms, where in your own bodies does your grief hide, and how does it manifest now?
Answer.
Go for it, Tarka.
Tarka's grief hides within like the pit of their stomach. And it's grief over the loss of the stars. It's grief over like the loss of the family that they used to have, like all of this, and just not being able to get home. It's all just there and present. I don't think they've recognized Kamana yet, but they will eventually. But right now, that's where that is. And I think in this form, it manifests as this starry Tyrannosaurus Rex losing all of the stars within it. As the starry Tyrannosaurus Rex loses all the stars.
I love that. Yeah, what just instantly that starlight within Tarka's form vanishes. What about you, Kaimana?
I think there's like a brief flashback to the years spent studying back home in Ohanahi. And I think my grief is held kind of in the temples, like a headache, and at the base of my skull. Grieving, I think, all of the pain and loss from just throwing all of myself into my studies. And I think Tarka was one of the few friends who stuck by me throughout all of this, because I think I turned off a lot of people. I would always cancel. I was flaky, all of those things, and a lot of my so-called friends didn't really respect that. And I think I still grieve that even now.
I really like that. Yeah, it's like this throbbing headache of just agony and sadness, I think, rings through the confines of your skull, Kaimana, as this reverberation echoes across the weave. And Valos, what about you?
I think their grief lies mostly in their hands. They find themselves remembering how before they even became a guard, that they spent years studying, trying to get into the exam. And instead of holding books, now they hold a weapon. And they're just grieving the life that they can't go back to anymore. They're just, it's like all I know now is blood, blood and death. And for them, it manifests through all the scars and like physical damage that they've taken. It's like they're basically reliving all of those moments of taking on those scars. So it's like burning just all over their body, and they're just like, they drop their weapon and they're just like, oh shit.
Yeah, you drop your halberd with a heavy thunk as we see like each of these scars light up with like a blood red light, almost like your body's re-remembering what it meant to be hurt every single time in vivid recalled detail. And then we pan across this withering battlefield to Cade.
If Cade is a tree, dead and without leaves, then Cade's grief rests where their soul rests, and a little knot in this tree, like a young child who never really grew up, encased. Cade's grief is foreign to them. It's them, it's their soul, because whatever happened to them once they went into the ethereal plane, it changed them. I think Cade feels as though something has gripped their lungs and will not let them expand. And there's something telling them that that's right, because they're not alive in the first place.
You hear the Way Home's voice rustling in your ear. And the Way Home is, of course, your patron that brought you back, that brought you home. And you hear her voice now, as soft as a hearth burning in a forgotten house in a wood. Peace, Cade, peace. You must do what you have seen you must do. And Cade, you pick. I will answer the other. Either what color was your soul before you died, or what color is your soul now?
You are giving me a lot of power right now. I think we'll do before, because I want to see what you say. I think when Cade was young, when Cade knew perhaps a certain vampire, and when Cade was just sort of wandering the world, that their soul was golden, and not in an ostentatious way, but in a way of pure magic, of innocence and health. That it didn't blind with its glitter, but it was mesmerizing to look at.
Yeah, I really like that. Your soul used to be golden, and we see it now as I think this grief shatters through your soul. We see, you specifically, Voska, also see lifting off of your sternum these golden streaks of light, this forgotten soul, this alive soul, and then we see it wither and turn black. A kind of like rusted, almost muddied black that seems to be the perfect cousin, the perfect sibling, lover to that ashen white soul coiling off of Valos's body. And now we push across the battlefield to Voska.
Cool. Voska's bright-eyed gaze in Kane's flourish, victim to the murder bard, locks the gaze upon that shattering soul of grief and the mini cataclysm that is enacted upon Tarka's hide. And something inside of Voska snaps. Her lower back, the part of her body that she supports in response to the sharp pain of grief. A shadow like a wolf hunting around a campfire, coaxing you out of safety, phantoms of a grief yet to be known. Voska feels this heart-sinking, back-breaking grief. One that she will not feel yet, but a phantom for what is to come.
Okay, Jesus, fuck y'all. And those of you who chose to also take damage, you're gonna take it now. I'm sorry, this includes you as well, Voska. You will take 40 points of force damage as the weave bludgeons across your soul in just pure magnetic, magical pain. And in that moment of damage, in that moment of grief, all of you feel like you understand where it's coming from because its origin is Kane, right? And that grief, that tragedy is coming out of them. And in that moment, all of you are joined in your shared pain. You are joined in the weave. You are joined in your grief. And you all get the distinct sense that this person This person is somehow the saddest person in the entire world. As Kane is standing there dancing with you, Vaska, and underneath their smile, underneath that dagger, they're flashing between their fingers. Somehow they have a second dagger. You see it. You see the sadness in those silver eyes. You see the frown underneath that confident smirk, and you see a broken heart underneath that beautiful, pretty ribcage. And those of you who decided to be moved, I believe that's just Tarka, you are flung by this explosion, this momentum of magic, real fucking far. Like, you still have wings as a T-Rex? Okay, that's good, because I think you ricochet through the air.
You get to choose if your item stays with you or not. And I said, this item will stay on.
That is so fucking funny. You're a flying winged T-Rex, but it's almost like a bird getting hit by a gust of wind, right? Like you tumble through the air and off the edge of the platform. And there's actually like a bah noise as the disqualification bell rings. And Tarka, you like hurl over. But there are no rules saying that someone disqualified can't come back to wreck shit, right? So that's the end of Kane's turn. Next up is going to be Valos.
So after this happens, they're pissed. They're like, I don't know this random person. How dare they remind me of sadness that I don't want to acknowledge. So how far away is Kane after
Within running distance, definitely. You can make it there with your speed.
Okay. Fuck. I don't want to accidentally fucking obliterate them. But
You won't. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to run up to them and attack with my halberd.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Please, God. Oh, plus, what is that? What's 17 plus 6?
23?
23. Yeah, 23 to hit.
That will miss. But you can deal damage anyway if you want to, if they get to hit you back.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Actually, Valos, as you rush forward toward Kane and start to bring that halberd back that you pick up off the ground, right? And you're like seeing exactly where you can strike true, like across their chest, across their face, across, their bottom half, wherever you want to hit. A whistling noise pierces your consciousness. Just like it's so distant. It's like a distant, like real far away whistling noise. But that, Valos, you have learned through trial and error. When the whistle sounds like it's far away, that means the whistler is right next to you. And you hear its voice scratching at the edges of your consciousness like so many rats and gnawing at your brain. And it just goes, wrong target. And you feel like you're like almost like a glow, a dark, sickly glow, limbing Cade's silhouette on your periphery. What do you do?
I attack I attack that instead.
You attack it. We can keep your attack roll from earlier, which was what, a 23?
Yeah.
Cade, would that hit?
Honey.
Oh shit. Yeah, I'll still hit you.
Honey.
Okay.
We're level 8, Connie.
I'm a warlock,
Kane is not.
Connie.
Kane is not. So, Valos, as you swing that halberd, it looks like you're going for Kane at first. And then you turn. And Cade, pain explodes across your body. Valos, roll damage.
Shit. I'm so sorry.
This is like, I've never done PvP like this, so please.
Damn, because I was also going to use Divine Smite, but I won't.
I made Cade knowing that death is a part of the cycle for them. I'm not upset.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna cast level 2 divine smite.
Go for it.
You get it. Go for it. Like, listen.
So would that add on, because it hit, would that add on from the damage of the halberd and the spell?
Yes.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
And you're
Pallies
you're
are-
undead?
yeah.
You're undead, correct?
Yes. Sorry.
Oh fuck. Oh no. All right.
Don't oh no yet. I still have to take my turn.
Okay. And then that is 23 points of damage.
Okay.
And then also I do have the halberd of certain deaths, so you can't gain hit points back until my next turn.
Does that,
I'm sorry.
no, that's fine. Does that include temporary hit points? Just as a clarification.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you take hit points off the top if you get temp HP, but you can give yourself temp HP. That doesn't count as healing.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Okay. Is there anything else you do on your turn, Valos?
Well, now that I saw that I hit her instead, I'm just gonna grab her. It's like, well, I'm already here, so I'm just gonna grab her.
Okay, Valos, where are you trying to grab Cade?
Just by like the that seems rude. I'll grab her by the arm.
Okay.
Because I feel like I hit her so hard that she's like falling, but I'll like grab her to catch her before she falls.
Yeah, you score a massive, nasty gash with your halberd, and Cade, you feel pain explode, almost like this necrotizing wound that refuses to knit up, even as you feel your weave desperately attacking it, trying to help you, and then something clinches around your wrist, and you turn and you look at your attacker, and it's Valos. It's your childhood friend, Valos.
I think for the first time there is light in Cade's dark eyes. Because even through all of this pain, seeing Valos's face is a breath of fresh air. And they smile. And if saying this is funny to me because like we're in this sort of situationship right now, like trying to kill each other, but like if Valos is consenting, I would like to reach up and just kind of cradle their face and be like, it is so good to see you once again. But while I do that, if I have to roll for this, I will. I would like to take like a feather from my head and slip it behind their ear while I do that.
Go for it.
Noticing. Okay.
Without them noticing?
Mhm.
Okay, then that's going to be a stealth against their passive perception. Valos, what's your passive perception?
13.
A stealth? Okay.
Or sleight of hand. It doesn't matter to me.
I don't know which is better. My stealth is better. That's a 19.
Oh,
Yeah, so you don't notice Valos. Yeah, you just slip that feather behind their ear. And Valos, how are you responding?
Because this whole time I didn't know that it was her I was hunting, correct?
That is a decision I will let you make. Up to you.
I'm gonna say I didn't know, just to add to the angst.
Okay. And I mean, you've grown up so much that, it's hard to recognize each other when you're adults, but now looking at them, especially after what Kate said, what this person, your quarry said, like a childhood image aligns over this Cade you see now, and then something clicks. It's them.
I like soften my grip and kind of help you up, and I'm like instantly regretting that I slashed you, like, but then it comes to my head, I'm like, oh, you're my target. So it's just very conflicted of it's good to see you too, but also so he doesn't, they don't say anything. They're just like, oh.
The feather is a surprise tool that'll help us later. I'm going to hold on to that. But if Valos is consenting, I'm going to tilt our foreheads together, which will be awkward because I am short. And sorry, violence on short people today. And I don't know what I sound like when I say this. I like to think narratively. Maybe there's a bit of a patron influence in this, but I just say, peace, Valos. You are doing what you have to do. And that's okay. I forgive you.
And their like lip quivers a little, and instead of like actual tears, it's like just a little bit of blood, a little blood tear just kind of coming out. But he like quickly wipes his face. I have to take you in. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
And we cut away from the scene across the battlefield now to Kaimona.
Oh gosh, it's my turn? Okay. Well, okay, the whole reason I jumped into the fray here was seeing Atalanta about to McFucking die. So how's she looking after all of this?
She's still on the ground, prone. Yeah, this is all happening in the span of like 6 seconds. It's all simultaneous.
So Kane is currently dancing, and is he still
Yes.
over her, or like
they're dancing with Voska.
Okay, so
yeah,
Atalanta's just
on their
on the
feet.
ground, but not
Nearby.
currently in danger.
Yeah, Atalanta's nearby Voska and Kane.
Okay. Well, okay, you can tell me no, but would I get a sneak attack maybe if Kane is distracted enough with this dance shenanigans that
it does count. Yeah, because like
Okay.
they're engaged with more than just you.
Okay, cool. So remind me again how this works. Do I roll with advantage, or is sneak attack just added?
Sneak attack is just added. You get sneak attack
Okay.
damage if you have advantage or if you fulfill another condition, and you fulfill the other condition, which is to have allies around in melee.
Gotcha. So I roll just one to hit.
Yes, you make
Okay.
a single attack roll as part of your attack action.
Oh, well, that's not gonna hit, I don't think, given the ridiculously high number you said before. 11.
That would not hit, but you can roll damage anyway if they get to hit you back.
Sure. Why not?
Go for
Why
it.
not?
Okay. So tell me what the attack looks like and roll damage.
Actually, counter thing. Instead of trying to hit him with the staff, can I try to trip him with my staff? Or does that still count as like damage, like hitting?
Like you're trying to get them prone, you're trying to trip them?
Yeah, because like I have a 10-foot reach, so I don't actually have to get within melee range.
Okay. Yeah, I would say that given your 11 attack roll, that will not be entirely successful. You won't get them prone, but you will get them on a knee.
Okay. Good enough for me.
Okay, cool. And they will also get to hit you back.
Okay, fine.
Okay. Sounds
Really?
good. So what does it look like, Kaimana, as you like have the staff elongated and approach?
Yeah, so like it goes back to the initial shot from the beginning of the episode with me running in slow motion, the armor coming across my body in waves, and I click my staff open, and as I'm running, I see like this whole thing happen because I was really far away, so I think that's why it took me so long to get there. And seeing Atalanta still on the ground but relatively fine, I very dexterously pivot step around to where Voska and Kane are tangoing, and I want to just stick my staff out in the path of Kane to try and trip him. And as I do so, this is just flavor. I imagine the staff cackles with some kind of almost electricity, just for flavor, I think.
Cool. Yeah, electricity sparks. And also Kane's pronouns are they, them, just as a reminder.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. As you sort of like jut your staff forward, as Kane and Voska are still kind of entangled and embroiled in each other, one might say, there is not exactly a misstep, but an interruption as you jut your staff down, and Kane turns. I think instead of tripping, they disengage with Voska so they don't trip. And they sort of like do like an elegant kind of twirl that ends with them like on one knee.
So
like
hot.
at your feet, and they sweep a leg out to trip you back. And because they get to hit you back, it works. And I think you fall bam, like prone on your back, or however you want to fall, but you're prone either way. And as that happens, Kane lets out a oh my, don't you know, darling, that three's a crowd.
As I imagine, just for the flavor of it, as I fall onto my back, it's right next to Atlanta. And I just cough. I think the air is knocked out of my chest. And I roll over onto my side, just heaving and coughing, trying to like get my breathing back to normal.
Totally. Yeah.
And I think I don't think Kaimana's words are quite understood, but they are coughing out what sounds like one half fulfilled in reference to my bed.
Oh, yeah, okay. And on you coughing that out, Cade, it's your turn.
Oh no. I keep saying oh no, and I feel like I'm being a bummer. I'm actually very excited for this. Okay. I have a question. I don't know if I would know this, but do I know anything about the nature of Valus's pact or situation where I know if I could help with it somehow?
Yeah, I think as the two of you are like standing there embroiled with each other, you can feel the way home rising off of you, and at the same time, Balos, you can feel the Whistler rising off of you. And these two emissaries opposed, right? But also alike in dignity. One of them white, ashen, a shadow of a shadow, that's the Whistler. One of them dark and pale and black and divine and radiant, and that is the way home. And you can see your patrons, your charges, the emissaries that you've sworn to carry their edicts out for, you see them begin to also clash and tangle with each other, even as the two of you are embroiled in each other's embrace. And as that happens, the two of you, I think, see each other's lives play out through the other's eyes. In that moment, both of you, like, live through each other's lives from the other's perspective. And even though like 3 seconds have passed, both of you like get the passage of years folded into a single moment. And you understand, I think, everything that's happened to each other all the time instantly. So I hope that answers your question, Cade. What do you do?
Oh, wow. Okay. Can I do any sort of vibe check to see if this has to end in blood between the two of us?
You're trying to see the future?
If I must.
Okay, on your turn, why don't you make a religion, arcana, or history check? Your choice.
Okay. What am I better at before I roll this die? They're all the same. I'm going to commit to arcana. That's a natural 20.
Okay.
20 loves me today.
As that happened, the two of you hear in both of your heads ringing out the intermingled clashing voices of your patrons / the entities you serve. They're speaking at once almost, even as they're fighting each other. The path forward is paved in blood. The path to the after is paved in feathers. The path to the now is paved in gore. The path to fate is paved in mist. And from that, Cade, you get the sense that Well, this might be a cop-out answer, but it's entirely up to you. How's this end? Right here, right now.
Oh.
Paths branch out in front of both of your mind's eyes like the coruscating fingers of lightning, infinite across a night sky. What do you do?
Okay, I am going to, hearing that it's up to me, having nothing in my life ever been up to me, I'm going to make the decision to save my friend. So I will instead turn my gaze out to Atalanta and Kane and Voska, and then glance back to Valos, and I will, where we stand together. How do I want to do this? I want to make it hot. I'm going to reach up to Valos and kind of just grip their shoulders and be like, if you can wait for me, if you can bear the whistling for just a little while longer, I promise I will give you a way home. And then I will let go of them. And if I can, Connie, walk out into the fray and activate my form of dread.
Okay, what does that mean? What does that look like?
Well, I'm so glad you asked. So Cade steps out and they begin to change. That phantasmal force that I conjured earlier forms into reality. Cade steals all of the dimension, all of the shadow from this arena. Everyone's shadows disappear and become Cade's own. And as they are wreathed, these huge wings curl off of their back and begin to droop. Their eyes begin to leak with shadow and the faintest tinges of gold, which is a little bit different from the force that was conjured. Their fingers turn into wicked claws, and they stride with purpose, and they stride like a reaper. Even more horrifying, it doesn't always, like, they don't always look this way. If you're looking at them directly, they look normal, and then your gaze will shift just slightly, or they'll make eye contact with you, and then you see it. So mechanically, this is a bonus action, and I get 10 temporary hit points, 1d10 plus my warlock level, so I'll roll that in a second. And I can force wisdom saving throws to cause the frightened condition, which I intend to use to scramble Kane's head like a bowl of eggs, if I can.
Is that a save?
Yes, it's a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, against what?
Against, I guess, my spell save DC, which is 15.
Okay, so as the shadows disappear from this arena and all sort of coalesce according to your will, you're trying to focus that on Kane. So what do you say? What do you do? What do you look like as you try to like stare them down?
I will whistle that note, but just in a slightly shifted pitch so that maybe it doesn't irritate Phalos this time, to get Kane's attention. Almost like a bird, but in a haunting way. And I'll tilt my head just until it's unnatural. And I do not shout, but my voice carries directly into Kane's ear. You think you know pain? You think you know grief? I will show you what grief feels like. And I will literally take the grief of being a shadow from the moment that you are born until now, of dying, of losing your soul in the ethereal plane, of coming back not quite right, of your entire purpose being bound to the condition of living, to losing your best friend, to monstrosity, and doing everything you can with what little you have left. I will take all of that pain and that torment, and I will unleash it upon Kane.
As you do, Kane is still sort of kneeling on the ground with one leg up, having swept Kaimana onto your side. They look up as they hear that whistling sound that's directed to them. They cock their straight, blue hair to the side. And you say that to them, and their silvery eyes lock onto your own as that moment passes, as you're trying to like inflict upon them all the pain, all the grief, all the terror you've been through. And you know that it gets through. You know that you've conveyed what you have had to say, your message in its entire ferocity. And Cain looks up at you, and instead of looking scared or frightened or scrambled, we see a deep, deep, permanent sadness, like permafrost in the depths of Morose, well up in those silver eyes. And they say in a tone I think only you can hear, Cade, you are not the only person who has lived their life a shade in regret, my love. And as they start to pull themselves up to like a murderous stance, they flick their hand out, their eyes still never leaving yours to reveal a second dagger. And it's like they've forgotten Atalanta was even there. They start to stride across the battlefield to you, and they're saying, Cade, I'll show you my grief. Then, this is all you have? And we see like a tear dripping out of like the side of their eye, like cascading like rain down to their jaw, almost dripping like that blood-stained grief coming out of Valos's gaze, right? As this is the grief you've sent them that's pouring out of their eyes. And you feel like the weave begin to tense around your body with tragedy, with a grief of Cain's own as they raise that dagger as they approach you. And you see the flash of a face of another tiefling. If Cain is midnight blue, they are twilight blue. And they have these two curling silvery ram's horns and these drow-like downturned eyes, a tiefling drow. Ishmael with the golden eyes, Ishmael their brother, Ishmael whom they killed for bloodthirst. And as Cain approaches, there is an explosion of golden light as Atalanta rams the pommel of her trident into the ground, and every single person in this arena flies through the air. Cain, Cade, Valos, Kaimana, Tarka, even Fosca, and like dozens, if not hundreds of other people and corpses just arc and fling through the air, almost like in bullet time as time slows down. And all of you, like, we zoom in on Atalanta and we see her like seafoam green, dark blue hair flowing around her shoulders like she's in the middle of the ocean, but she's out on like the surface of the sky, and her trident is clasped in front of her hands, and her eyes are glowing, and there's this kind of magical fury radiating off of her, and we see the spirits of her ancestors sort of hovering above her shoulders as she's gripping this ancestral trident that was her mother's, that was her mother's mother's, that was her great-grandmother's, as she slams it down with like brutal force and says, enough! And I think in that moment, all of you, especially Tarka, who's still like cartwheeling through the air, I think while this was happening, fall off the platform. Cain included. In that moment, Voska, you feel your body as you're flying backward suddenly feel very light. And through the chaos, through the rubble exploding upward, through the other bodies alive and dead flying through the space, you make eye contact with Atalanta as she has that trident like in front of her face, and you see her eyes between like the three prongs looking at you as she whispers in a voice only you can hear, I love you. And she casts Featherfall on you. As you gently float off of like the edge of the platform. And the rest of you, however, don't get featherfalled. And Tarka, you see Kaimana, like who is prone, I think flying through the air about to go over. What do you do?
I think Tarka's of two minds. One, really pissed at Cain still for the whole grief mess. Two, very excited to see Kaimana. So Tarka's flying back to the platform as this explosion happens. I think Tarka's going to use their tail to catch and wrap around Kaimana, and then catch Kane in their mouth and pull Kane over the line.
Oh, that is so fucking funny. Yes. I think as Kane's also flying through the air, you see them like throw out that dagger, and like a thread of the weave is connecting the hilt of the dagger to their hand. Like they're trying to anchor themselves with a grappling hook onto the platform. But then your huge T-Rex mouth just bites them. And they go, what? Ugh! As like saliva just sort of like cascades around them, and like all of you just like fall over the edge of the platform, and they like lose their grip on the end of the rope of the dagger. Fantastic. And Kaimana, how are you reacting to this?
So as I go flying, first of all, panic. My suit was not built for this. It can withstand, I think, a lot of damage, but the flight I'm still working on. So immediate panic. But I see Tarka out of the corner of my eye sweep his tail around to come grab me, and as I think that impact of like my momentum being stopped, the air is knocked out of my chest once again. But this time I feel an overwhelming sense of relief, and also just not quite excitement, but anticipation for the conversation that I will be having with you after all of this is over. But as you drag Kane out and disqualify them, Kaimana very weakly murmurs, "That's 2 for 2."
Yeah! Okay, yeah, as like you're flying through the air, Kane's in like your mouth, Tarka. You just can feel them squirming. They're trying to get out. They don't even seem to care that your razor sharp teeth are digging into them. They're just letting out a no, you. And they're like trying to thrash, but they can't get out. You're fucking T-Rex. We're gonna pan back down to the battlefield as Cade and Valos, the two of you are also flying through the air. Your emissaries intertwined. What did the two of you do? What do you say to each other?
We're actively falling.
Yes, you're actively like arcing through the air, about to fall over the edge of the platform. I want to know, like, how do the two of you choose your new fates?
I have something, but if you want to go first, I will.
You can go first.
Oh no. Okay. So it's just a habit at this point. So I assume the wind is rushing by and everything like that, and probably all of the noise from our emissaries colliding. So I will activate my eerie token, and that feather behind your ear glows golden. And you hear, I like to imagine for the first time in years, silence in your mind. And then Cade's voice being like, whatever happens after this, whatever happens after, it's 25 words, I'm so sorry. Whatever happens after this, wherever we go, I want you to know you're worth it. Take these first steps and walk the earth anew. Valos. I think I counted that right.
Mm-hmm.
And so my mouth won't be moving or anything. It's just the wind rushing and the noise. I'm still bleeding. My image still flickering at the edges. But that is just a clear anchor for you to hold on to as we fall.
God. Hold on. I'm a little speechless. But yeah, as you say that to them, they lower their, from where they were holding your arm down to your hand, and just They hold it very gently. And if you'll allow it, he gives her a little kiss.
Yes.
Because this is like their physical contact was, I think, the first time that they actively felt another person's I wouldn't say body warmth because you're also undead, but it's very comforting to find somebody else that it's a very comforting cold. And he doesn't say anything, he just gives you a kiss and then presses his forehead against yours.
As our foreheads touch, I like to imagine that choker that Cade has with that gold coin just glows ever so faintly. And maybe a matching one somewhere in Valus's stash. So you gave me all of this to use, and I'm pulling out all of the stops. Somewhere in Valus's stash, after all of this time wandering as a puppet, there is a trinket, a collection of trinkets, even eclectic little things. I mean, probably a thimble, a few scattered coins, but somewhere a matching coin in that. Then your stuff just responds.
Also, before we both fall off, I like grab you and like cling to the
Exactly.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, this is cute and all, but
Kate is under half health. I just assumed this was the goodbye, so I didn't even think of saving myself.
No.
Yeah, no, Valus grabs onto Cade and you grab onto the edge of the stadium, right? Like hanging over 800 feet of just air and nothing. And as the two of you say that to each other, Valus, you feel and you hear for the last time, you know it in the pit of your gut, it is the goddamn last time that whistling voice just go, fine. I may have lost my grip on you, but I will find another. And you feel the presence leave. It's gone. That shadow that had been hanging over your soul, that entity, that emissary, that demonic energy that had been corrupting you ever since you were given undeath, leaves. And you feel a different entity fold black wings over you, fold invisible footprints underneath your own feet, and the way home says, "Come, child, let Cade and I show you how beautiful death can be." As you take a level in Warlock, with the same patron as Cade.
Oh
and
my
I
God.
think,
Fuck yeah.
yeah, this final moment as the winged T-Rex with Kaimana and a thrashing cane in its mouth also like goes over the edge. Voska, I think right before you surface underneath like the lip of that stadium, you see Atalanta. She's somehow moving faster than all of you. Like you're all like moving in slow motion, but she stands up at regular speed. Like in the middle of that arena, she stands and she's glowing and she is divine and she is radiant and she has that trident in her hand and her hair is flowing and her horns are the color of starlight and she looks at you. And what do you say?
I love you too, champion.
And Atalanta becomes champion. And we're going to end the session there. So thank you everyone so much for tuning into the Heart of a Champion Shoot Your One Shot. Bloodthirst is very mad. Cade is very mad. Find out what happens in Arc 3 of Transplanar RPG. With that, I have been your game master and creative producer, Connie. My pronouns are they, he, and she. You can find me all across the internet at ByConnieChang. That's ByConnicHang. Thank you to our incredible guest stars and our incredible returning cast member, Val. All of you were so amazing. Let's sing your praises, plug your stuff. I'm going to pass things over to Jay.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you so much for having me on this. This was fucking incredible. I have been Kaimana Rusivian. This was so good. You can find me on Twitter at NalaWoo and at NalaDraws if you'd like to see my artwork. I am a professional illustrator and art director working full-time in tabletop RPGs. Besides that, I'm also a voice actor, a sensitivity reader and cultural consultant, TTRPG content creator, and actual play stream performer. If you'd like to keep up to date with all of the fun stuff that I do, be sure to just follow my Twitter. It's where I post all of the stuff that I am doing, most up-to-date information. That is basically the shtick. If you like, my goal always when I play characters is to make it so my iPhone does not recognize my face when I try to open and unlock my phone. And if you want to see me do, I make lots of silly TikToks. I'm on TikTok for fun. If you want to follow my TikTok, I make lots of in-character shtick things. That is at Knowledge Draws. But thank you all so much. And I am going to throw it to the same person I threw it to last time, who is Eli.
Oh no. First of all, I want to say thank you all so much. I was honestly really nervous the whole day. I was like, oh God, oh God. But you all are amazing. Shout out to chat, shout out to all the queers, and shout out to all the fellow goths. We love it. You can find me on Twitter at the Sun Name Set. I also do art, but honestly, I don't post that much because I get really busy. Yeah, I'll pass it on to who was it last time? Oh God,
Valiant Dorian.
Wait, who? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Val. Pass it to Val.
Val. Oh God, I'm so sorry. Please don't beat
You're
me up.
You're so
please
funny. It was the one-sided Connie voice going valedictorian, and the other side of Eli going, wait, who? That really got me. Anyway,
Please don't beat me up.
I'm clipping that, by the way.
I adore you. Don't worry. Hello, everybody. I hope you were all entertained, and I kept my promise. I am Valiant, Love Wins, fucking Dorian, and I use he, him, his pronouns, and tonight I had the distinct pleasure of playing Voska, who uses she, they pronouns, your favorite hot snady, who now has a girlfriend. You can find me all around the internet at Valiant Dorian or at Otsa Spiritbear. Please enjoy that lovely treasure hunt I just sent you on. I'm a TTRPG performer, GM, and writer, and I'm also a Twitch Friday streamer, so come and check out the stuff that I do. And I'm going to pass introductions over to RK.
Hello, everyone. I'm RK Wild, also known as Russ Wildest. You can find me all over the internet at Russ Wildest. I'm a podcaster, streamer, producer, director, a bunch of other titles that are all there. Safety consultant, professional GM, etc., etc., etc. If you want to find more projects from me, you can find them on Twitter. Like, once again, at Russ Wildest. If you are looking for a specific project I'm working on, I am the creator / director of a horror show called Fear in Living Color, which is an all BIMPOC, all queer show. Nala actually did art for it. Connie and Val both guested on it. So we have a great cast on that show. The prologue is currently out. We're working on the other episodes. We're getting towards the end of the recording, so those will be coming out soon. You can check those out. Fear in Living Color. And I'm going to pass it off to Liz.
Hey everybody, I'm Dauntless. You can call me Daunt or Liz. I'm a TTRPG content creator and variety streamer here on Twitch. I direct, I perform on TTRPGs, not unlike this one, and I am currently the forever DM. And for the project that is the love of my life, my baby, and consumes all of my waking hours, Stormborn's Curse, which is a 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons homebrew pirate-themed adventure with a diverse all-queer cast. Truly the love of my life. I would not deign to compare it to Transplanar, but if you like similar levels of what happened here, I think you will find that with us. Connie, do not shake your head at me. I think I think you'll enjoy it.
You do, Dane. You do, Dane. Stormborn's Curse is amazing. Everyone, check it out right now. I am begging you. I will even use my squeak voice. Please check out Stormborn's Curse. One of the finest goods I can procure in my bag of holding. Back to you, Liz.
That was an incredible honor. If my headphones weren't wired, I would go take a lap right now. Seriously though, it is everything to us. We tell stories, meaningful stories about healing from trauma as adventurers and what it means to find yourself worthy enough to save the world. If you would like to jump into our adventures, don't have the custom YouTube handle yet, but if you go on YouTube and you look up Dauntless, DAUNTLYS, there we go. There is a playlist for Stormborn's Curse. Our episodes are a little bit long, so if you don't want to start all the way at episode 1, though I recommend it, you can hop in around episode 30. It'll still give you a pretty decent idea of who our characters are, and you'll get to learn all over again some of the new things they've been through and see their relationships develop. Very, very excited and proud, and I would ask that you go follow the cast as well. You can find me on Twitter at Daunt_Liz, where I stream every week, variety shenanigans. I'm on other podcasts and games, and I get up to nonsense on main. Back to you, Connie.
Yes, it is me. I'm going to do something I've never done before, which is a quick post-plugs credit scene, because there's something I do not want to forget. So, Voska, as you dip underneath the lip of that stadium, we pan back to Atalanta, who lets out a deep sigh, looks around at this completely empty battlefield and laughs. She directs her steely, regal gaze up toward the tower of risk and reward and says to Bloodthirst, "Aye, for the first time in Nebal, nay, and Andake's history, am the only winner standing after a championship challenge. Does that give me the power of both champion and regent combined? My first decree will..." Oh, hi. And Atalanta turns, and we see standing directly behind her is a satyr person, real tiny, surrounded by like a hive of buzzing bees, and they're like chewing something, they're like eating something, and they're looking around. They've got like a bag of peanuts open in one hand, and they're just sort of chewing and looking around and going, "Oh, what happened? What's going on here? Wait, is this the championship challenge? Did I miss it?" And Atalanta looks down at her new regent, Bamba. And then we're going to cut to black there. That's it. So everyone, thank you so much for tuning in to Transplanar RPG's Almost Like the Second Stranger, Shoot Your One-Shot series. We're going to be rating someone really awesome right now, no doubt. Use the raid message in chat. Send them our love. Send them follows if you like their stuff. Tell them what happened during the session. Use the raid message. Follow all these incredible folks. They are so amazing. We love them so much. Send them so much love. Everyone here is so talented and an incredible person of color and performer in the space. So please, please, please send love and follows and caught their wear. So I've been Connie. We will see you on Thursday for our special Duran one-shot. And until then, Bijou.